in depth. Many are feared dead, while many are also being rescued. The incident took place at the Daulatdia ferry terminal in Bangladesh, where the bus fell from a pontoon into a river. Many are rescued and about some have actually feared dead in this disturbing incident. It had triggered a major rescue operation with many passengers feared dead. But the incident had taken place at the Daulatdia ferry terminal in Bangladesh near the Padma River. All right, according to two defense departments departments officials on Tuesday, the Pentagon has ordered roughly 2,000 soldiers from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division to start traveling to the Middle East in order to provide President Trump more military choices while he considers a fresh diplomatic approach with Iran. The division's immediate response force, a brigade of roughly 3,000 soldiers that could deploy anywhere in the world in the next 18 hours, would provide with fighting forces. The officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity discussed operational concerns, stated that the deployment consists of 2 battalions, each with over 800 soldiers, as well as Major General Brandon R. Tegtemier, the division commander, and dozens of his staff. According to the officials, more soldiers might be dispatched in the next several days. The question that arises, is Donald Trump sending 2,000 US troops to Iran after mentioning ceasefire talks? Let's listen in to know more.
Mr. President, in Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm really not afraid of anything.
Mr. President,
It's better, stronger, and our country is doing really well. I mean, at a level that nobody thought. We took a little excursion because we felt we had to do that to get rid of some evil. And I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right? Amazing. How good. Short-term. Short-term. Thank you. They're great. You know, we all together.
You just said it is a little excursion, and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war, and the war is going to be. I mean, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought.
Do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price.
I guess I am most concerned about the threat to American lives of potentially deploying our sons and daughters on the ground in Iran. We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here. And
And it remains unclear if this is just another pressure tactic by the Trump administration, as already it has called up the 82nd Airborne. That division would be key in launching attacks on airfields or potentially islands in the Persian Gulf. Already, there's been discussions about the United States potentially seizing Karg Island, which is Iran's main oil terminal in the Persian Gulf, or taking islands nearer to the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf, through which about 20% of all natural gas and oil once transited before the war.
So
I'll be voting against the funding if we're putting troops on the ground. I'm not going to fund that.
Okay.
Yeah, no U.S. troops.
Do you think that that the ongoing war makes us more vulnerable to an infrastructure attack? Are you concerned about that?
I'm just concerned about a lot of things. I mean, Hezbollah's here. I mean, the enemy isn't flying in on planes from Tehran. They're already here.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
I hope that wisdom prevails and diplomacy prevails on the other side. They understand that those who drag them into this war can drag them into also a quagmire for them. Look, even suggesting that a foreign country can put boots on the ground of another country, invade another country, occupy the land of another country is something very much rogue, very reckless, illegal, and against all international law. There is no mandate for Americans to do that, and they are doing this because they are so drunk of power. They think that they can do whatever they want. Now we are focusing on defending our territorial integrity and our national sovereignty. Anything that can distract us from this heroic nationalist defense is not an option for now. Those who started this aggression, those who started this war of choice, those who started to invade Iran, they have to decide to stop this illegal, reckless, rogue behavior. We are defending our country. You just go and see what happened during the 8 years of imposed war on Iran by Saddam Hussein, just sponsored by all petrodollars from the region and Americans and all Western countries. The history tells you what is happening. Iranians are the oldest living continuous civilization on earth. Iran has always stood up tall. And we are going to do the same by defending heroically. This is a nationalist defense for us, and we have no option just to push back and hit back aggressors and those who started this war of aggression. I'm not in the business of speculations. You know that. We are just working by facts. He's healthy, he's in charge, and he's doing whatever is supposed to be done by him. I think that they have to think twice when they are thinking about Iran. They shouldn't take advice from those who are not knowing Iran, who wanted for decades to win a war against Iran with American taxpayers and American soldiers' blood. Netanyahu and the Israeli regime has its own agenda of making this war a win for them in the expense of everybody.
We're nearly 4 weeks into the war with Iran, and about 6 in 10 U.S. adults say that U.S. military action in the country has gone too far, according to a new AP Norc poll. 65% of U.S. adults now say they are extremely or very concerned about being able to afford gas in the next few months. That's up from 30% in December 2024, shortly after Trump got elected, on promises that he was going to fix the U.S. economy. But now, 67% of U.S. adults say it's extremely or very important that the U.S. keeps oil and gas prices from rising at home.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. This is an honor, a tremendous honor. I brought some of our... And I could just say that the economy, I believe, is going to be very strong. We do have to solve some problems. We have wars going on that we didn't have. We have a lot of things happening that we didn't have that would have never happened.
America's #1 vet.
Similarly, 65% of U.S. adults say it's extremely or very important for the U.S. to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. But other goals of the war get a little bit less support. Only about 4 in 10 say it's extremely or very important to prevent Iran from attacking Israel, and only about 1/3 say that about replacing Iran's government with one that's more friendly to U.S. interests.
Well, West Asia's war is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas near the sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. The IRGC claims that over 70 sites have been hit across cities like Haifa and Tel Aviv, with visuals showing strikes near critical zones. Tehran has also issued strong warnings, saying any ultimatum will be treated as an act of war, raising fears that conflict could spiral into a wider regional confrontation. More in this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorramshahr missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
West Asia stands on the edge, but more from Iran coming up after this short break. Iran rejects the US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Donald Trump to dictate the timeline.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह
जीरा सिंह असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
MIT has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and today we will be diving deep into all the latest details on Iran rejecting United States' proposal on a ceasefire and ending the war. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects the United States' proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not at all allowed to be dictated by Donald Trump. United States denies Iran claims of successfully targeting America F-18 fighter jets. Huge escalation in West Asia while Iranian missile hit the industrial area of Rotem near the Dimona nuclear plant. 2 Indian LPG tankers across the Strait of Hormuz are crossing. Vessel Jakbasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur district after violent protests triggered by a road accident. Through civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in at this moment. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway currently in districts Srinagar, Shopian, and Ganderbal. This is a big breaking coming in from Kashmir as security forces, officials are raiding key districts in Kashmir, in the big districts of Srinagar, Shopian, and Ganderbal. This is coming in from Kashmir as the counterintelligence officials are raiding these districts. And these are the visuals on your screen as officials are raiding the key districts of Srinagar, Shopian, and Ganderbal with relation to some of the latest updates in Srinagar regarding some of the biggest developments which is coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, and this is coming in from Kashmir as we speak. Raids are being conducted. All right, we are joined by Jannat on this broadcast. Jannat, what can you tell us about these latest raids being conducted by counterintelligence? In 3 districts now, we are seeing these officials carrying out raids in Shopian, in Srinagar, and Ganderbal as well. So what is the latest they are picking up? Has any arrests been made? And what are these in regards to? Can you explain to us, Jannat?
This is an FIR that is already registered with the CIK, and on the basis of the FIR, the searches are being conducted since morning. We've been seeing the slaughter of the CIK conducting raids in Srinagar, then in Ganderbal of Central Kashmir, and also in Shopian of South Kashmir. These are the raids that are related to online radicalization, terror funding, and also for the mule accounts for which the funds are being diverted from one account to another to support terror networks on the ground. So these kind of raids we have seen in past, when also the 22 people in January, if I remember clearly, were detained by the CIK, because these kind of raids are only conducted when you have obtained a proper search warrant from the competent authority, from the honorable court, and on the basis of the search warrant, these raids once again were conducted in the 3 districts of the valley, where the search is on. Digital evidences have been recovered, some papers, the phone material, and also the financial transactions that were received or that have been recorded has now been taken up by the CIK. The CIK is assisted by the J&K police and the CRPF, which is a paramilitary force. Although we are not picking any law and order issue at any place, the raids are going on at the 3 districts. In Shora, Srinagar, we are also picking up the raids. This is just outside of the Srinagar, where the raids have been conducted, and these are more about to know that how deep the Pakistan is trying to penetrate, because whenever these kind of raids are conducted, most of these people who residences are being searched or who have been detained, they have one or another connection with the Pakistan, because we know despite the things have completely changed on the ground. We don't see the stone pelting, we don't see the long procession, we don't see the sloganeering against the country, but still there are the overground workers who have been working very silently to carry the agenda of the Pakistan and to disseminate that agenda. We see the raids coming in from 3 districts. The visuals that we beam on screen.
Yes, Janet, I have to cut you. Now, regarding this raid that is being conducted in Kashmir, so is there any latest that tipped off or maybe triggered that led to the raid to be conducted in 3 districts at the same time? Because this is related with terrorism as well. And lately there have been reports of the blasts related to the Red Fort blasts that were also conducted related to that recently in Kashmir itself. So are these related, and have any arrests been made in connection to that case as well? Janet.
As I said, this is one of the fires that is registered with the counterintelligence Kashmir for a long time. And on this basis of this FIR, the searches are conducting as far as the radicalization, the propaganda, as far as the terror financing, supporting the terror network or the OGW network, in order to provide the logistics through OGWs to the main terror outfits in the Kashmir Valley. On the basis of the FIR, the searches are being done. Many people have been questioned, but none of them have been arrested, because many people, if they've been detained for the questioning, then again you have to take a proper court order for the arrest that you have
Janet,
to show. But
thank you so much. All right, Janet, thank you so much for joining, and we will definitely get back to you for more updates. Thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast. And now, viewers, let's take a look at some of the top national headlines making rounds at this moment. A shocking case of street violence has emerged from Noida, where a young man was brutally assaulted by a group of over half a dozen men following a personal dispute. The victim, who was returning home, was trashed in the middle of the road with no police presence at the scene. A video of the incident, reportedly from Chaprauli Bangar under the expressway police station limits, has gone viral on social media. Taking cognizance of the footage, police have initiated an investigation into the matter. Auto rickshaw drivers in Kolhapur, Maharashtra staged a protest against the steep rise in LPG and CNG prices, saying it is severely impacting their livelihoods. The drivers marched to the district collector's office, demanding immediate government intervention to bring down fuel costs. They highlighted that LPG prices have surged from rupees 43 to rupees 85 per litre, making it increasingly difficult to sustain their business and meet their daily expenses. The interstate cell of the Delhi Police Crime Branch has busted a major piracy racket and arrested 67-year-old Jwala Prasad for allegedly printing and selling pirated books of Penguin Random House India. Police said the accused played a key role in producing and circulating counterfeit copies in violation of copyright laws. In a major crackdown, the crime branch of the Delhi police has busted an international arms smuggling module operating out of Delhi with links to Pakistan, Nepal and Bangladesh. 10 key operatives have been arrested and 21 high-end foreign weapons recovered, including a submachine gun, multiple semi-automatic pistols and 200 live cartridges. Police said the weapons, featuring brands from Europe, Brazil and Turkey, were smuggled into India via the Indo-Nepal border and supplied to gangsters across several states, including the Delhi NCR region. ये रोल कीजिए. All right, viewers, shifting focus back to the assembly elections coming up. In a few weeks, the BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal assembly elections. The BJP has given tickets to the mother of the Ajika victim from Panihati constituency, as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. We have all the details. Take a look at this report.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Devnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Devnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Devnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Again, moving on, West Bengal's political battle is intensifying ahead of the elections, with new players entering the fray. The AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi's growing presence, along with emerging local figures, has added new dimensions to the state's electoral landscape. The BJP has hit back with sharp allegations against the Trinamool Congress, accusing it of indirect strategies to retain its voter base, even as the war of words escalates over identity politics and electoral influence. We have all the details. Take a look in this report.
The battle for Bengal is heating up, and this time it's not just a two-way fight. AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi has stepped up his game in Bengal. Owaisi has expanded his footprint and positioned himself as a key voice among sections of Muslim voters in the state. Alongside him, emerging figures like Humayun Kabir are adding a new layer to Bengal's already complex political equation. But the BJP is firing back hard. BJP leader Samik Bhattacharya alleges that this is no coincidence and claimed that TMC is working through a backdoor strategy.
यही तो तृणमूल कांग्रेस का असली चेहरा है। तृणमूल कांग्रेस का विभाजन की राजनीति का कारण असदुद्दीन ओवैसी आज पश्चिम बंगाल में आने का बाद बाबरी मस्जिद का नाम बोलने का हिम्मत कर रहा है, और पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता अगर मुंह बंद करके इसी हालत को स्वागत कर दे तो आने वाला काल में कालीघाट के सामने चेंगिस खान की स्तंभ बनेगा। ये हुमायूं कौन है? हुमायूं तृणमूल है, तृणमूल ही हुमायूं है। ये दोनों मिले हुए का था इसका। उसको उप मुख्यमंत्री बनाने का काम कर रहे हैं तृणमूल कांग्रेस। तृणमूल कांग्रेस जान चुके हैं कि समाज की सबसे बड़ी जो जनसमुदाय है वो तृणमूल को ठुकरा चुके हैं।
The attack doesn't stop here. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar slammed and called it appeasement politics.
पहले से ही हम बंगाल की जनता को बता रहे हैं ये जो मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट है इसका फ्यूचर यही होता है। बंगाल में नए सुहरावर्दी जन्म ले रहा है और इसी के कारण, इस तरीके की अपीसमेंट पॉलिटिक्स के कारण ही 1946 में बंगाल में ग्रेट कलकत्ता किलिंग्स जैसा दंगा हुआ, देश का विभाजन हुआ, बंगाल का विभाजन हुआ। अभी असदुद्दीन ओवैसी नए जिन्ना बन रहे हैं, नए युग का, और हुमायूं कबीर ये नए युग का सोहरावर्दी बनने की कोशिश करते हैं।
BJP warned of the long-term consequences for Bengal's social balance and political stability. As Bengal heads towards a crucial electoral battle, new players, fresh strategies are set to redefine the state's political battlefield.
All right, viewers, we have a breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Intelligence agencies warn of possible IED attacks targeting security forces in Jammu and Kashmir. This is a big breaking coming in as intel forces have alerted there may be IED attacks. High alert have been issued across the Union territory following specific intelligence intercepts. Inputs also suggest terror groups are planning a major strike using improvised explosive devices. Alert have been shared with all security forces operating on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir as well, and forces have also advised to minimize movement and avoid non-bulletproof vehicles. Patrols and operational movement have been restricted to bulletproof vehicles as well, and this is a big intel as intelligence input have warned of a possible IED attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, and the forces have also been advised to minimize movement and also to avoid traveling in non-bulletproof vehicles, and also patrols and operational movement have been restricted as well, and most of the movements will be carried out in bulletproof vehicles as a precautionary measure as well. All right, now we are joined by our reporter, Gursimran. So, Gursimran, this is again a big intelligence input that has said that there may be a possible IED attacks across the region in Jammu and Kashmir, even as there have been a recent update as well that intelligence operations have also conducted some raids in 3 districts in Jammu and Kashmir. And now with this big new update, what are the latest you're picking up from the ground?
See, what we are picking up from the officials in the intelligence is that an input has been shared based on some intercept that the security agencies had. And this intercept says that the terrorist groups are planning a major terror strike. A 72-hour window is what the intelligence have flagged, and they have said that the terrorists may try to carry out a major terror strike. It is on the security forces, not only on the Indian Army and the paramilitary forces, but also marks a mention of the Jammu and Kashmir police also. And keeping that in view, it has been advised to the security forces that they have to ensure that there is a minimal movement, and whenever the patrols and the required movement has to be carried out, that has to be done only using the bulletproof vehicles. Apart from that, what we are told that the old modus operandi of the terror groups will be followed by the terrorists, that is IED attacks followed by the indiscriminate firing, so that they can inflict maximum damage to the security forces. But soon after getting this input, alert has been sounded all across Jammu and Kashmir. The officials have been asked to take the precautionary measures as well as to ensure that the troops also follow the SOPs so that the Pakistani terror plot is foiled. It is a 72-hour window that has been given. So keeping that in view, the security forces are on the highest of alert, as we are told that the top brass of the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the district leadership, they have also been informed of the same. And the alert was shared somewhere around yesterday evening with the security forces, after which an advisory has been issued. Apart from that, there have been several precautionary measures that have also been taken, but we are told that these needs to be away from the public domain, so that's why we are not sharing. But yes, a key security advisory was issued, after which some precautionary measures, including a very important measure, has been taken that is in effect as we speak.
And also, Gursimran, I would like to know from you, has the security been beefed up in the region because of the raids that were conducted as well? And this, as intelligence inputs have said, that it could be a series of IED blasts that could go off. So in the raids, will there be any more raids that will come up, or also has the security been beefed up in the region?
So if we speak of the intel input, since it was by a central agency, that is has been corroborated and worked upon by the central intelligence agencies only, and was shared by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the paramilitary forces as well as with the Indian Army. Now coming to the high alert, the forces have been kept on the high alert so that any untoward incident can be foiled well within time.
All right, thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us. We will definitely get back to you for more updates. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. All right, now, viewers, we have more updates coming in from the war in West Asia. Now, Iran has also updated saying that they want Lebanon to be included in any ceasefire as well, because there have been talks of negotiating talks between the U.S. and Iran, and also now Iran has been saying that Lebanon should be included in any ceasefire talks, because Lebanon has also been one of the key regions targeted in the recent attacks. And Iran has also told intermediaries that Lebanon must in fact be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel, and also saying that 6 regional sources familiar with Iran's position currently have said that linking an end of the war to a halt of Israel's offensive against Hezbollah. So this has been one of the conditions emerging in the talks that are being held with the US and Iran, and Iran now wants Lebanon included in the ceasefire. There have been talks of ceasefire, although that have been denied by Iran, but now officials who have been inside the talks have said that Iran now wants Lebanon to be included in the ceasefire, and that the Israeli strikes be completely stopped to target Hezbollah in the region. All right, now moving on to another top story. Iran has in fact rejected the U.S. proposal to end the war, saying any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Iran has also listed strict conditions, accusing the United States of trying to control how and when the conflict ends. We have more in this report. Take a look.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده.
Iran says it has shared these conditions with mediators and made it clear that no talks will happen unless they are accepted. The rejection signals a hardening stance from Iran, raising concerns that the conflict could continue to escalate with no immediate path to a ceasefire.
All right, now, viewers, a West Asia war is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas near the sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. The IRGC claims that over 70 sites have been hit across cities like Haifa and Tel Aviv, with visuals now showing strikes near critical zones as well. Tehran has also issued strong warnings, saying any ultimatum will be treated as an act of war, raising fears that the conflict could spiral into a wider regional confrontation. Take a look in this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorram Shahar missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv. and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
All right, coming up next, after the short break, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Zag Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. And overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Chorachandpur district after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. Coming up after the short break, stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिम। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है? सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासी
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Republic TV Nation First. My name is Nayan and let's get you all the details on Iran rejecting Trump's proposal to end the war, but let's take a look first at the headlines. All right, so Trump says Iranian leader want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. US denies Iran claims of successfully targeting American F-18 fighter jet. Huge escalation in West Asia war. Iranian missile hit industrial area of Rotem near Dimona nuclear plant. 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Also, overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, we have a breaking news coming in from Andhra Pradesh's Markapuram, where a devastating road accident resulted in death of 8 people. The accident took place near the Rayavaram in Prakasham district. It was a private travel bus that actually collided with a tipper lorry near the slabs quarries. In fact, following the collision, the bus caught fire and was completely gutted. Consequently, flames erupted in both the bus and the tipper. In the tragic incident, 10 passengers aboard the bus were burned alive, and the death toll is feared to rise further. It's an unfortunate incident where 10 people have lost their lives in a tragic accident that resulted in the bus and the lorry both the tipper catching fire. This unfortunate event has happened in Andhra Pradesh's Markapuram, where this devastating road accident resulted in the death of 8 people. We have my friend and colleague Aishwarya on the phone line with us, who will tell us what exactly happened at the venue. Aishwarya, over to you.
Yes, this unfortunate accident happened early in the early hours of Thursday here, where it is according between 6 to 6:30 is what preliminary information is given by the officials, saying that the accident might be occurred between 6 a.m. to 6:30, where the bus, which was traveling from Hyderabad to Pamuru in Andhra Pradesh, caught massive fire after its collision with a tipper lorry in Markapuram. resulting in this huge fire. More than 20 passengers were traveling at the time of fire in the bus is what the information we have. The people who were sitting at the front of the bus managed to escape when the fire had begun, but however, the people who were sitting behind or in between found it difficult to escape as the fire began and swiftly spread across the bus, and that is when 10 of them were burnt alive is what the officials have said. However, the fire department and all the police officials reached the spot quickly and tried to diffuse the fire and took the injured as well to government hospital in Markapuram, and they are critically are undergoing treatment. However, there is also a fear of rising in death toll because officials saying who are critically injured may succumb to their injuries because they look very critically injured. That is what the officials are also saying. But however, now it remains to see if the death toll is at number 10 and will it increase, and the injured are getting treatment at the nearby government hospital.
Aishwarya, also, are there any rescue operations as we speak?
Yes, the police and the fire services rushed to the spot and they're have launched the rescue operations. The injured are shifted to the hospital and they're also trying to find out whose fault it might be, because if you look at the visuals, the collision is very massive, which erupted the fire. The collision is one of the reasons that the fire erupted and it engulfed the entire bus. So there are investigations launched on every angle to understand the accident, to rescue the the passengers, as well as to diffuse the fire as well.
Right. Aishwarya, thank you so much for giving us all that information. But we have another news that is coming in as live and breaking. The BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections, and the BJP has given the ticket to the mother of Arjikar victim from Panihati constituency as it announces the names of the candidates for the 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. Now more on this in this report. Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in. Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. He had sought to reopen his case, citing concerns about the potential ill treatment and prison conditions in India, relying on the Bhandari judgment. However, the court ruled that his arguments weren't strong enough to justify reopening the case, as they didn't meet the exceptional circumstances threshold. Nirav Modi is accused of defrauding Punjab National Bank over 13,000 crore rupees and has been in a UK prison since March 2019. India has been seeking his extradition since 2018, and this decision brings him closer to facing a trial in India. All right, the High Court has, like I said, rejected Nirav Modi's petition. He had made a big fraud of 13,000 crore rupees with the Punjab National Bank, and his plea to open the extradition case has been rejected, while he has been in the prison of London since the year 2019. He's one step closer to facing a trial here in India. And the UK High Court, like I said, has rejected Modi's petition. In fact, I have my friend Sarthak who will be joining us shortly. All right, Sarthak, what is the latest news that is coming in from Nirav Modi's case? As we know that he has halted in fact, the UK High Court has halted his extradition, his petition to stay longer in London. What's more that's coming in, Sarthak?
Yes, absolutely. It's a major setback for Nirav Modi because yet again the UK High Court has rejected his petition to oppose the extradition back to India, and this is not the first time he had filed a petition in the High Court. He had done that before, and this time he made some legal challenges, and he relied on some Bhandari judgment, which was the judgment passed by UK High Court back in 2025. The case goes by the name Sanjay Bhandari versus Government of India. And in this case, an extradition was denied by UK High Court of an arms dealer, Sanjay Bhandari, on human rights grounds. So he tried pushing those grounds in, and then tried taking that as a precedent in this case. But UK High Court seemed like did not find enough reason or enough merit in his plea to reject his extradition. And the CBI has been trying his extradition since 2018. He was, just to give a little background in the case, Nirav Modi was declared as an economic offender and a fugitive by India. He was involved in a Punjab National Bank fraud case worth over 6,500 crores. And this, the prosecution, he made strong opposition to his plea. The prosecution was supported by CBI officers. They were present in London for the hearing. And the court said that the exceptional circumstances that have to be met in these kind of cases were not met. And since these are the circumstances that Nirav Modi is in, the proceedings cannot reopen in this matter, and the legal challenge that he based upon, like the Bhandari judgment, that was also rejected. So it is a major setback for Nirav Modi. It seems like his execution process will be carried forward, and he tried actually delaying the matter. It was cleared in August 2025. But
Right.
Modi tried to reopen the case where he cited all these fear of mistreatment in India and all these concerns, and tried reopening, taking these legal hurdles and try to delay the matter. But it seems like it will be proceeded further and will be brought back to India at the earliest. Back to you.
Right. So he didn't meet the exceptional, circumstances threshold, as we understand. In fact, Nirav is accused of, like you rightly also mentioned, defrauding the Punjab National Bank. Is there any way that it is confirmed that he's one step closer to actually coming back to India?
Yes, because all his legal remedies have exhausted. It seems like he does not have any other legal remedy with him to delay the matter any further, because he has been declared as a fugitive and an economic offender in India, and the case has been pending for a very long time, because CBI had been asking and seeking his extradition since 2018. He was arrested in 2019. So it seems like all his legal remedies and everything that he could have relied upon to delay the matter has exhausted, and court has completely rejected his plea to reopen the case. And the UK court has also reaffirmed its earlier stance that there is no possibility for them to reopen the matter at this point, because he does not have any strong strong case of merit in his case or strong reasoning to reopen the case. So the hurdles that he could have brought in to delay the matter, I think he seems to exhaust and the CBI and the Indian authorities may try to rush it up and try to bring him back as early as possible.
Sarthak, thank you so much for giving us all of that information. We're up for another breaking news live that's coming in. President Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war. He has been declaring that Iran's military has been decimated, negotiations are underway, and the right people, the US, has essentially won. He cited a mysterious oil and gas-related present from Iran as a proof that Tehran desperately wants a deal, while shifting blame for starting the conflict and insisting productive talks involving Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who's the VP J.D. Vance, in fact, Vice President J.D. Vance and others are advancing. However, Iran sharply rejected all of these tall claims, and a senior Iranian military spokesperson mocked Trump, asking if the US was negotiating with itself amid the internal conflicts, and insisted Tehran will never come to terms with Washington despite Trump's optimistic statements. The war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missiles and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv, Binai Brak, and Tehran. Here's more in this report.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other... We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, J.D. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده؟ سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟ صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی همچون ما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه
Well, meanwhile, Iran has rejected the US proposal to end the war, saying any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Iran has also listed strict conditions, accusing the United States of trying to control how and when the conflict ends. Here's more in this report.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده.
Iran says it has shared these conditions with mediators and made it clear that no talks will happen unless they are accepted. The rejection signals a hardening stance from Iran, raising concerns that the conflict could continue to escalate with no immediate path to a ceasefire.
Yes, no more time for all of these conversations to happen. Filhal, we're going to take you to the West Asia war, which is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas in the new sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. The IRGC claimed over 70 sites have been hit across cities like Haifa, Tel Aviv, with visuals showing strikes near critical zones. Tehran has also issued strong warnings, saying that any ultimatum will be treated as an act of war, raising fear that the conflict would spiral into a wider regional confrontation. Here's more in this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorramshahr missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
Coming up next, counterintelligence, Kashmir raid at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Gandarbal. Overnight clashes breaking out in Manipur's Chura Chandarpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. Coming up right after this short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभा
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, a very good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Chongtham Amrita and today we will have all the details on Iran rejecting United States ceasefire talks and more. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects U.S. proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel. Two Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. A vessel Zagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts of Srinagar, Shopian and Ganderbal. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur district after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking update coming in at this moment. A Delhi court has remanded 2 Bangladeshi nationals to 11 days of NIA custody. They were arrested by the NIA from West Bengal on Monday and brought to New Delhi on a transit remand. They were produced before the special NIA judge at New Delhi on Tuesday. And further, it is alleged that they have been accused of the murder of Bangladeshi political activist Sharif Osman bin Hadi in Bangladesh. This happened just a few months ago during the outrage that took place in Bangladesh, and these 2 accused had fled into India illegally through the Meghalaya border, and they were now apprehended in Bongaon when they were trying to go back to Bangladesh. And now additional sessions judge Prashant Sharma of the Patiala House Court on March 24 have remanded Rahul alias Faisal Karim, Masood and Alamgir Hossain to 11 days of custody of the National Investigation Agency. And let us recall that during the killing of Hadi, Hadi was shot dead by 2 assailants in Dhaka on December 12 in 2025 while traveling in an auto rickshaw, and he had emerged as a political activist during the July 2024 uprising in Bangladesh, and that event in fact toppled the government, the Bangladeshi regime during that time. And further, it is also stated that riots took place in the region, in the country, and the following days Hadi was in fact shot and killed. And then he was transported to Singapore, and then he later died, and the 2 have been in fact, taken custody by the NIA. Now, we are joined by Shivam live from the newsroom. So, Shivam, what is the latest on this NIA getting hold of custody of the two individuals who were accused of killing Hadi, who have been a big political activist during Bangladesh uproar, the outrage in Bangladesh, and he was also killed by these two individuals, and now they have illegally entered India, and now NIA has taken custody of them. What is the latest on this, Shivam?
Now, this relates to a very high-profile killing of Hadi. Now, he was a very famous personality in Bangladesh. He was a political activist and the leader of the Inqilab Moncho, and he was killed at around December 2025, while he was leaving a mosque in Dhaka. So he was brutally murdered. He was shot in head while he was in Dhaka. He was airlifted to Singapore for better treatment, for chances of survival, but he did not survive that assassination attempt, and he was killed in that assassination attempt. Now, this relates to those who were involved in the murder of Hadi, and they illegally crossed the border and entered India. Now, this also means that this will be closely monitored even by Bangladesh in this context, because they are involved in killing one of the very famous young student activist and political leader, that is Hadi, who was the leader of Inqilab Moncho. Now, NIA has got 11 days of custody of the two Bangladeshi nationals who are accused in this case of killing Osman Hadi. Now, they were remanded for 11 days of NIA custody. They were arrested by the NIA from West Bengal on Monday and later brought to New Delhi on a transit remand. So they were brought to Delhi on a transit remand. Now, they were produced before the special NIA court, the NIA judge in New Delhi, and hence the action. Now, it is alleged that they are involved in the killing of Osman Hadi. Now, this needs to be established, but prima facie, now it establishes that they have killed him and they have tried to flee the country, and they entered India illegally after that. They fled into India from the Meghalaya-Bangladesh border, and they were apprehended in Bongaon, where they were trying to go back to Bangladesh. So they committed the murder, they killed Hadi, and they entered illegally inside India, and they tried to go back to Bangladesh via Meghalaya itself. Now, this needs to be investigated further, their role, and clearly Bangladesh will also be closely monitoring the developments that are happening in India, because they are related to the killing of a very famous personality, a student activist and the leader of Inqilab Moncho.
Yes, all right. Thank you very much for joining, Shivam. We will definitely get back to you with more updates regarding this incident and the latest NIA arrest in this regard. Now, moving on to the next story, the BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections. The BJP has given a ticket to the mother of the RG Kaur victim from Panihati constituency, as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. We have all the details. Take a look in this report.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the RG victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's RG hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking from Manipur. Now, tensions gripped in Tuibong in Churchandpur district in Manipur on Wednesday evening after a road accident involving a vehicle has left 2 civilians injured and triggered massive protests against the security forces. According to initial reports, the incident occurred around 6:30 p.m. on Wednesday night when a vehicle allegedly ran over 2 individuals riding a scooty. As news of the incident spread out, a large crowd gathered at the site, and enraged locals reportedly set fire to another vehicle that arrived shortly afterwards. And this has in fact escalated the situation much more. The injured individuals have been rushed to the district hospital, where they are being currently treated as well. And now this is the big update coming in from Manipur, from Churachandpur district. As you can see in the visuals, where protesters have in fact overturned a vehicle, vandalized it and set it on fire, as their rage has been targeted towards this particular incident, where a vehicle ran over two civilians and have been severely injured. You can see flames burning of the vehicle as the violent protests have overturned the vehicle and set it on fire. You can see this happened in Churachandpur district last night on a Wednesday night at 6:30 p.m. local time. And there you see on your screens this particular vehicle where the protests, where the locals in fact overturned this vehicle, vandalized it, and then have set it on fire as well, completely damaging the particular vehicle there. All right, so this is one of the big updates from Churachandpur district in Manipur. You can see visuals where this particular vehicle has been completely set on fire. And now you see here latest visuals where the vehicle has been completely turned to ash and completely destroyed. You can see the protesters even throwing more stones towards the particular vehicle that has already been destroyed. You can see that the protesters are in fact very angry, and then they have targeted their fury towards this particular vehicle as well. And as now we are being joined by Johnson from Imphal. And Johnson, my question to you is that this is the latest that we are picking up from Manipur in Churachandpur district in Tuibong area, and then we see this violent mob that have already overturned this vehicle and set it on fire. And as we all know, that Churachandpur district has been a hub of the violence in Manipur since the past 3 years. But what is the latest that has turned this into such an escalation?
Yes, Amita, this is one very sad incident. Yesterday, accidentally, security forces hit two civilian, as per the report, two civilians of the Kuki group in Churachandpur, and resulting to that, there was a huge mob unexpectedly from the Kuki groups, and which turned out to be volatile, turns out to be a huge violence, and they just demolish, they burned down one of the security convoy vehicles that also reportedly belong to the CRPF as per the report. And yes, regarding this, taking confirmation from the Senior District Police from the Churachandpur district, a case has been registered. And further investigation is going on. And yes, as we have also mentioned, Churachandpur is one of the very main hotspots, one of the very main hubs of the ongoing conflict between this Meitei and Kuki since May 3rd of 2023, and also now since one of the vehicles has been vandalized by these Kuki mobs. There's still tension in Churachandpur area, and also resulting to this violence in the Churachandpur area. Also, villagers from Phagokchau, Ikai, and Tronglaubi, of the Bishanpur district have seen rounds of bombs and sophisticated weapons firing towards the Meitei villages, and also it is clearly seen from the border villages of Bishanpur district. And also regarding this, talking to some of the police officials from Bishanpur and Churachandpur, it is reported that the firing incident took place between the Kuki armed groups and the central, not only the central, but between the armed groups and the security forces. As per the, it's a follow-up of this tense incident that happened yesterday evening. So right now there is still tense in Churachandpur, and also as the firing of bombs and armed sophisticated weapon is seen from the Meitei villages. The villagers of this Phagokchau, Ikai, and Tronglaubi, they are tense, and some of the old aged villagers are unable to stay in Tronglaubi area.
Also, Johnson, as you mentioned, that some of the nearby areas of Churachandpur have also been targeted recently, and we have also been hearing news of such reports of cross-firing across in the other district, other hill districts, which is Ukhrul and Kamjong as well. So, are you picking up some of the tensions still being reignited in the hill districts of Manipur?
Some of the, our fresh balance that is happening in the hill district is in yesterday itself in Tamenglong, Kaikunda area, there were huge cross-firing between two groups. It is illegally reported to be ZUF and NNs, and I am as per the report, but it is yet to be officially announced. And yes, yesterday also, the security forces continued to do operation, and even they have dismantled, they have destroyed some more bunkers of the both Kuki and the Naga community, and now there is still tents in both almost in all the hill areas like Kangpokpi and Tamenglong, Churachandpur and Ukhrul, and also Detu and like Kamjong also. There is still tents, and the security forces is trying its best to control the mob, to control any unwanted situation. And right now in Churachandpur also, security forces have taken its best action. To
all right,
solve the issue.
Thank you, Johnson, definitely for giving us all the latest in the Churachandpur incident. We will definitely get back to you for more updates. And now moving on to the next big story, which is that India is continuing to closely monitor the evolving conflict in West Asia, particularly the impact on shipping routes and energy supplies. Amid rising tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, Indian-flagged vessels carrying LPG have managed to safely navigate the region and head towards Indian ports. The development comes as India intensifies efforts to safeguard Indian ships, seafarers and energy supplies during the ongoing conflict. Take a look at this report.
Two Indian-flagged LPG tankers, Pine Gas and Jagvasant, have successfully navigated the tense waters of the Strait of Hormuz and are now on their way to India. Earlier this week, both vessels took an unusual and longer route while crossing the strait, avoiding the conventional shipping paths to ensure safer passage. The tanker, Jagvasant, carrying nearly 47,000 metric tons of LPG, is expected to dock at Kandla port on March 26th. Meanwhile, Pine Gas, transporting around 45,000 metric tons of LPG, is scheduled to dock at New Mangalore port on March 27th. According to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the two vessels together have over 60 Indian seafarers on board. Both ships sailed through the Kesh-Malarak Channel instead of the shorter and more commonly used route into the Arabian Sea. During the journey, the ships also changed their identifiers from generic signals like Indian ship and crew to more specific tags identifying the vessels as Indian. The move signifies a prior approval received from the Iranian officials. When the West Asia conflict escalated, 28 Indian-flagged vessels were present in the Strait of Hormuz. Of these, 24 were present on the western side and 4 on the eastern. In the past few days, at least 4 vessels have managed to safely move out of the high-risk zone. With the Strait of Hormuz remaining a critical global energy choke point, India continues efforts to ensure the safety of its vessels and the uninterrupted supply of energy to the country.
And now shifting focus to the war in West Asia and the talks that are going on, President Trump's proposal to halt the conflict was rejected by Iran's authorities on Wednesday, and they pledged to keep fighting until a number of their own demands were satisfied. Payment of war reparations and acknowledgement of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz are among some of Iran's demands. As the battle nears its 1-month mark, the reaction may have been dealt a big blow to the U.S. proposal, but it also marked the beginning of some kind of negotiation between the two big nations. Israel is also committed to continuing its war against Iran and the militant organization Hezbollah in Lebanon. We have all the details. Let's take a look at this report.
absolutely sure sign that Trump has got it all wrong is when he starts blaming his own defense secretary, the wet-jailed Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, at a round table in Memphis, which was going on, Trump sat next to his own defense secretary, his own appointee, Pete Hegseth, and in front of cameras and reporters said something which absolutely looked like he was putting all the blame, the entire blame, on Pete Hegseth. He said, Pete, you were the one. It was your idea. You said, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders take the onus on themselves. And here's a man who's realized he's messed up so badly, he's got no exit option. The Iranians are not giving him an off-ramp. He's riding a tiger he can't get off, so he's decided to tell the tiger to go attack Pete Hegseth. This is a cowardly move by the President of the United States.
And then unfortunately I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end, or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that.
Pete, you were the one. It was your idea, he says. Now, ladies and gentlemen, depending on who is in the administration of the Trump government, who you asked on any single day, they say this was a war to end 47 years of the Iranian regime. But now, is there a solution? My view is, as of this minute, there is an unbridgeable gap between the United States and Iran. All these diplomats, these diplomatic types who talk about an off-ramp, back channel, etc., this, that, have got it all wrong. Look at the actual terms on the table and ask yourself whether there is any middle ground here. One, the US has apparently sent a 15-point proposal. Conditions include dismantling of UN's nuclear capabilities, a ban on uranium enrichment on Iranian territory, handing over the stockpile of highly enriched uranium to the IAEA, abandoning all regional proxy activity, opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and limiting Iran's missile capability, both in terms of range and quantity. Iran is not going to accept any one of these, not one of these 6 or 7 options or proposals which the US has given. What does Iran want? Iran has put 7 demands, and none of these will be accepted by the US. Iran has asked US to close all military bases in the Gulf, lift all sanctions imposed, pay war reparations, which is absolutely not going to happen, say that we are going to agree to a missile program of Iran with no limits, end all Israeli strikes on the Hezbollah, start new rules for the Strait of Hormuz, giving them superpower status in the Middle East, and give a written promise that war will not restart. Now, there is no negotiating room between the two. The only hope people are having is that both sides are actually very tired, and out of fatigue, if nothing else, they're going to give in. But ladies and gentlemen, for that also, there needed to have been a pause. I want to show you 8 visuals tonight, 8 visuals to prove there has been no pause. There has never been a pause in this. Visual number 1, March 25th, Dimona nuclear power plant, which was hit. Ladies and gentlemen, the visuals show, you see this, smoke rising over the Rotem industrial zone close to Dimona after an Iranian missile hit. March 25th, the IDF said airstrikes in Tehran have been completed. These are the visuals of that. Ladies and gentlemen, multiple infrastructure targets which were hit. March 25th, Iran fires coastal cruise missiles targeting the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Not too long back, they're keeping a watch. Where is the pause as I show you these visuals? Visual 4 tonight. Airstrike on Western Iraq military clinic, which killed 7 troops. This is in a site belonging to Iraq's Shiite Popular Mobilization Forces, or PMF. Where is the ceasefire, I asked tonight on Republic? March 25th, Iran released a video of the 80th wave of Operation True Promise 4. Where is the pause? We ask here on Republic. Visual number 6, March 25th. Israeli Air Force targeting 2 sites involved in the production of the naval cruise missiles in Tehran. Visual number 7, where is the ceasefire tonight? Where is the pause? March 24th, Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant hit by Israel. Visual showing dark plumes of smoke rising after the strike. 8 as well. Iran launching missiles towards Israel. This is Iranian state TV releasing the footage. Ladies and gentlemen, where is the pause? You have to have blindfold on and not watch any of these visuals to start believing that there is a pause. It's only sections of the Western media which has lost all credibility in the last few days which still insists there is something called a pause. Now, here is the part of the story that nobody in Washington wants you to see. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 29, 2026, exactly 1 month before the war began, Lockheed Martin signed a framework agreement with Pentagon's Department of War to quadruple the production of THAAD interceptors. From 96 missiles a year to 400 missiles a year, each THAAD interceptor cost the American taxpayer $12.7 million. Ladies and gentlemen, this was on January 29th. The war technically began on February 28th. Everything is about making money on the stock markets. It's about the stock prices of these defense companies. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what's happening in the war, ask Lockheed Martin, not Pete Exit. Lockheed Martin's, since the beginning of 2026, their share price has gone up by 30-40%. Ladies and gentlemen, numbers don't lie. I'm giving you 5 points tonight. This is war capitalism at another level. 5 points. 1, Pentagon wants $300 billion more for the Iran war. Point number 2, US defense stocks are up 30 to 50% in the last 12 months. Point number 3, earnings in the S&P 500 index are expected to rise 20% in the next 12 months. 4, US oil firms have gained more than 100 billion since the war began. And 580 million bet has been placed just 14 to 15 minutes before Trump's Iran post on Truth Social. Ladies and gentlemen, and therefore you need to look at everything in perspective. If this war continues, the defense war machine in America makes a lot of money. So it doesn't look to me like there's any de-escalation or ceasefire plan right now, because America continues to beef up its military presence. In fact, the 82nd Airborne Division's 2,000 paratroopers are moving around in the Middle East. Additional military options are being sent by Trump. Trump also deployed another 2,000 Marines from the 31st Expeditionary Unit traveling aboard USS Tripoli. What kind of ceasefire plan is this that requires this level of military mobilization? Secondly, Israel is not part of any dialogue. They have not committed to any dialogue. It's only a pause button apparently on a certain nature of oil infrastructure sites by Americans. Israel is not part of it. So if the peace plan is just a red herring to buy time, then what about the deployments which are taking place? You see, ladies and gentlemen, here is the hint. Trump has spared targeting the Karg Island from where Iran exports 90% of this oil. Is this military buildup aimed at trying to take Karg Island after Friday? I think this weekend is going to be extremely important. The Speaker of the Parliament in Iran has said very clearly, we are closely monitoring all US movements in the region, especially troop deployments, do not test our resolve to defend our land. Even Iran, therefore, as of tonight, is strongly suspecting a possible military ground intervention by America, maybe for Karg Island. Is that the military surprise that Trump was planning? And in response to that, what is the quote-unquote surprise that Iran has in mind? For everybody who did the calculations and told you on Monday that everything's getting fixed, it's all over. It's not. Even if it is to get fixed, which I think there is a strong likelihood of within a April 10th timeline, and that is my own calculated guess, trust me, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
All right, coming up after the short break, counterintelligence Kashmir raids various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts of Srinagar, Shopian and Ganderbal. Coming up next after the break, stay tuned.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है।
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict, on what the latest Donald Trump has said. He has claimed that they have been victorious and they have been very successful in the war against Iran, and also goes on to claim that the Iranian leaders want a deal pretty badly, but they fear retaliation by their own. We'll get you all the latest details from the West Asian conflict and also the top in national and international breaking news developments as they come. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump says Iranian leaders want deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only in its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. US denies Iran's claims of successfully targeting American F-18 fighter jet. Huge escalation in West Asia war. Iranian missile hits the industrial area of Rotem near the Dimona nuclear power plant. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the US and Israel. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts like Srinagar, Shopia and Kandahar. And two Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles have been set ablaze. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. And this is coming from Kalyan. We'll get you the latest visuals of the story. And this relates to an accident which has happened. A CCTV footage of a tragic accident in Maharashtra's Kalyan, which claimed the life of businessman Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling when struck by a speeding car driven by a 17-year-old minor. It is a hit and kill, hit and run. Now, CCTV footage captured the incident, showing the boy lost control of the vehicle and rammed into Srinivas. And the minor's parents, including his mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, are facing legal action. The police have seized the car and taken the boy into custody. Now, this incident highlights concerns about reckless driving in the area, with locals citing removed barricades as a contributing factor. So this is the person who lost his life, businessman Srinivas, who lost his life. He was cycling when he was struck by a speeding car, which was being driven by a minor who was a 17-year-old minor. Now, the CCTV footage, which has been captured, shows the incident, showing that the boy lost control of the vehicle and rammed into Srinivas, killing him. Now, the minor's parents, including the mother of the minor, that is Kamini Yogesh Pandey, are facing legal action. The police have seized the car and taken the boy into custody, who in this case also is a minor. Now, this also means there has been negligence on the side of the parents to allow their minor child to be driving the car. And this has led to the tragic accident where the 17-year-old lost control of the vehicle while Srinivas was riding a bicycle. He was cycling when he got struck. He got struck from behind, and that led to his tragic death in this case. Now, news is coming from Kalyan. All right, we have Meenakshi for more details on this story. Meenakshi, what are the latest you are fetching? We are getting to know that the one who was driving the vehicle was a minor in this case. But what more details?
See, according to information, a minor boy who took the car keys from the home and went out for driving on a ring road. And during this time, he lost control of the steering and rammed into that boy who was cycling on the road from behind. The impact was so severe that that boy died on the spot. And after that, police, Khadarpada police act swiftly and seized the car, and the 17-year-old minor accused was taken into custody on Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. We are getting information. A case has been also been registered against the minor's mother, and action is being prepared against the father as well. So this is the incident. We are getting information. The entire incident, you can see the CCTV footage now. The entire incident was captured on a nearby CCTV camera, where we can see clearly. It shows clearly the car came from behind and rammed that boy who was cycling in this area. Is an incident of Kalyan, Maharashtra. And this particular incident happened on a ring road near Chandori in Kalyan, which was recently become a hotspot for accident due to overspeeding and reckless driving. And according to the locals, residents, barricades were earlier installed on this road but were removed a few days ago, after which traffic and number of speeding vehicles increased. So this is the background of the incident, and after that, what we have seen now, we are seeing in the CCTV footage how that car came from behind and rammed that boy. And a member of the cycling group once he stated that the safety of people who go for the morning walks, jogging and cycling on this road at risk now. And in a protest against this incident, the cycling group and local citizens will stage demonstration on Thursday.
Yeah.
So this is the latest information from here. Back to studio.
Meenakshi, but the point is this might not have been the first time that Srinivas must have been cycling from the very same route. It's very tragic, very scary, very unfortunate, the visuals which we are displaying on the screen. But also, this is not the first time that a minor is involved in a road accident and reckless driving, high-speed driving. Clearly, negligence on the part of the parents also. If you can share details of the previous cases also. If you remember the Pune Porsche case, it was similar to this one.
Yes, this is absolutely right. You have mentioned the Pune Porsche case and the other case in Worli in Mumbai, where we have seen the same incident. Where at Worli we have seen a car came from behind and rammed the scooter, and two persons were in the scooter, and one husband and wife. They both were going to a fish market. And the wife died on the spot, and after that we went to their house, and that husband was telling us how the car rammed his scooter. So this is there are lots of incidents in Maharashtra, as you have mentioned in Porsche case also. But this is the raising question. Why there is no control from the parents, as you have rightly mentioned. This minor boy negligence claimed that life of a well-known businessman. The businessman name is Srinivas Tandale. This incident I am mentioning in Kalyan, Maharashtra, the businessman name is Srinivas Tandale, who was riding a bicycle, died on the spot after hit by a speeding car. And that incident really shocking and raise questions also.
Yeah, what can we expect legally in this case? The boy is in the custody of the police. This is what we are getting to learn. The car has also been seized. What details about the legal aspects and what the police is doing as we speak right now, Meenakshi?
As we are speaking right now, police has taken action. The 17-year-old minor accused was taken into custody, as you have mentioned, and he was taken into custody on Wednesday morning around 9 a.m. And a case has also been registered against that minor's mother, whose name is Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and action is being prepared against the father as well. Action has been already taken against the mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and action is being prepared against the father as well. The incident is, as I have earlier mentioned, the incident is near Chandwari in Kalyan. And the family is that businessman family, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, and his husband is now the police is looking for her husband, Kamini Yogesh Pandey. And as I have earlier mentioned that the boy is into custody on Wednesday morning.
All right. Thanks a lot for the details. Keep tracking this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story, but pretty tragic. Again, a case of reckless driving involving a minor. Let's go to another big breaking news that we are getting from the West Asian conflict right now. Another big breaking development that we have. Yes, US-Israel attacks two residential areas in Iran's Isfahan. Now, in an airstrike this morning on two residential areas in Isfahan, several residential units were destroyed and some houses also were seriously damaged. Now, the injured in the incident have been transferred to medical centers by the rescue forces, and rescuers are still clearing the debris. Now, currently, there is no information on the possible victims of the incident. Additional information will be released later. Now, this is the latest. Who says that the war has stopped? Now, US-Israel attacks has been reported in residential areas in Isfahan. Several residential units in Isfahan have been attacked. Now, all this is happening while the IRGC has launched the 80th wave of missile attacks targeting US and Israel forces. Now, this is the latest. There are strikes ongoing as we speak. The war is ongoing. Escalations are on. The US-Israel attacks have been reported on in two residential areas in Iran's Isfahan. This was an airstrike this morning on two residential areas in Isfahan, and several residential units were destroyed and some houses were seriously damaged beyond repair. Now, the injured in the incident have been transferred to medical centers. There's no information about the casualties, but by rescue forces, and rescuers are still clearing the debris. It's a developing story. Currently, there is no information on possible victims of the incident. There might be victims in this incident. There might be casualties in this incident. Additional information will be coming later. But this is the latest from the West Asian conflict, from the war zone, which is ongoing even while Donald Trump claims that we are very close to securing a deal. I have been given a very big gift by Iran. Now, this is the latest. The war is on and the strikes are happening as we speak.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top stories. Now, amid the escalating tensions in West Asia, the centre has reached out to political parties to brief them on the evolving situation and its possible impact on India. At an all-party meeting held, the government assured leaders that India's energy supplies remain stable and the overall situation is firmly under control. Now, ministers also highlighted India's ongoing diplomatic engagement in the region, particularly efforts to ensure the safety of Indian citizens and the continued movement of Indian ships through the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz. Here's more in this special report.
In the all-party meeting held in New Delhi, leaders from both the ruling alliance and the opposition came together to discuss the evolving situation in West Asia. From the closed-door meeting, sources say the centre assured leaders that there is no cause of concern and the overall situation arising from the crisis remains under control. According to sources, a detailed presentation was made at the meeting by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, followed by remarks from union ministers. External Affairs Minister S. Shankar and Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri highlighted that India's energy security remains stable with adequate availability of crude oil, LPG and other essential supplies. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju also said the opposition and the ruling parties have reached a broad understanding to present a unified front in the ongoing global tensions. The government also emphasized its proactive diplomatic outreach, saying India remains in touch with all the sides and is working to ensure stability and coordination. With fuel supplies stable, diplomatic engagement underway and Indian ships continuing to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, the government says India has so far managed the crisis effectively while prioritizing the safety and interests of its citizens.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, India continues to closely monitor the evolving conflict in West Asia, particularly the impact on shipping routes and energy supplies. Now, amid rising tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, Indian-flagged vessels carrying LPG have managed to safely navigate the region and head towards Indian ports. Now, the development comes as India intensifies efforts to safeguard Indian ships, seafarers and energy supplies during the ongoing conflict. Take a look.
Two Indian-flagged LPG tankers, Pine Gas and Jagvasanth, have successfully navigated the tense waters of the Strait of Hormuz and are now on their way to India. Earlier this week, both vessels took an unusual and longer route while crossing the strait, avoiding the conventional shipping paths to ensure safer passage. The tanker, Jagvasanth, carrying nearly 47,000 metric tons of LPG, is expected to dock at Kandla port on March 26. Meanwhile, Pine Gas, transporting around 45,000 metric tons of LPG, is scheduled to dock at New Mangalore port on March 27. According to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the two vessels together have over 60 Indian seafarers on board. Both ships sailed through the Kesh-Mullarak Channel instead of the shorter and more commonly used route into the Arabian Sea. During the journey, the ships also changed their identifiers from generic signals like Indian ship and crew to more specific tags identifying the vessels as Indian. The move signifies a prior approval received from the Iranian officials. When the West Asia conflict escalated, 28 Indian-flagged vessels were present in the Strait of Hormuz. Of these, 24 were present on the western side and 4 on the eastern. In the past few days, at least 4 vessels have managed to safely move out of the high-risk zone. With the Strait of Hormuz remaining a critical global energy choke point, India continues efforts to ensure the safety of its vessels and the uninterrupted supply of energy to the country.
All right, viewers, now we're getting a big breaking news development related to Strait of Hormuz. Now, this is coming in from Iran. Now, as per reports, Iran is preparing a law to charge tolls for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this means that Iran is planning to impose tolls for vessels to cross Strait of Hormuz. this is a very big development coming in. Now, Iran is planning to impose tolls to cross the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran will, as per the latest that we are fetching, Iran will impose tolls, is planning to make a law to charge the ships that are passing the Strait of Hormuz. This is the latest that we are fetching in this case. Iran planning to give tolls, put tolls for ships to pass from that location because IRGC claims that it is under the Strait of Hormuz is under the control of Iran. Now, as per the latest that we are getting, Iran is preparing a law to charge tolls for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this means that Iran is planning to impose tolls for vessels to cross a Strait of Hormuz. So, will there be a charge? Will there be a toll for all the ships that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz? Because IRGC definitely, as we speak, holds very good control of the Strait of Hormuz. It is conducting strikes in and around that region as we speak. The vessels, they pass Iran only, the Strait of Hormuz only after taking permission from the Iranian regime, from the Iranian government, from the IRGC. Now, this is coming as the latest. Iran planning to impose tolls to cross Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, now let's shift our focus to elections. Now, the BJP has released its third list of candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Assembly elections. Now, the BJP has given a ticket to the mother of the Arjikar victim from Panihati constituency as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. More in this report.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Devnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Devnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Devnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top big breaking news that we are getting right now. Indian flagged LPG carrier Jagwasant carrying nearly 45,000 metric tons of liquefied petroleum gas, that is the LPG, is expected to dock at Kandla port today. So Jagwasant will be coming today. Now, Indian Navy is escorting the carrier after it passed through the Strait of Hormuz earlier on Monday. So we are completely tracking the path of the ship as we speak. This is the Indian flagged LPG carrier named Jagwasant, which is carrying nearly 45,000 metric tons of LPG, that is the liquefied petroleum gas, which is expected to dock at Kandla port today. Now, Indian Navy is escorting the carrier, ensuring the safe passage of the carrier. Now, Indian Navy has been playing a very active role in safeguarding the ships and ensuring that they stay safe in their transit after they cross the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Indian Navy ships are escorting these vehicles, these vessels as we speak. Now, very soon, Jagwasant will be docking, will be very close. Now, there are two LPG tankers which are being tracked. One of them is Jagwasant. Jagwasant is also en route, and very soon you'll get to know that it has docked. Indian Navy escorting LPG tanker Jagwasant to dock in India today at Kandla port. Now, this is also the map on your television screen. On your screen, you can see the route of the ship on your screen. As you can see, departure from Mina Al Ahmadi, and you can see the Strait of Hormuz and in the map, and the passage and the route that is being followed by the ship in this instant, Jagwasant, which is being escorted by the Indian Navy. It is an LPG carrier carrying more than 45,000 tons of LPG, very crucial for the energy requirements of Indian citizens, as most of our LPG is imported from that route. Most of it is imported, and it comes from the Strait of Hormuz. It is an Indian ship with all India crew, and it is Jagwasant, which will be docking in India today, and we'll get you the latest visuals of that also. And it has it transited via the Ladakh Channel. Now these tankers, there are two tankers actually. Now this is one of them carrying 45,000 metric tons of LPG. These tankers possibly received an approval by the Iranian authorities to cross, and they explicitly broadcasted their identities also, that we are friendly, and thus they reduce the risk of being targeted also. And plus you have the Indian Navy leading the way, showing the path and escorting these ships in these waters, in the sea, where possibility of a strike is very high, because the IRGC holds the control and has already declared the Strait of Hormuz as a war zone. This amidst the West Asian conflict, while Donald Trump claims that de-escalation is that they are trying to fetch a deal, tensions are still high, and during these turbulent times, in these turbulent waters, this is Jagwasant coming. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Iran has rejected a US proposal to end the war, saying any ceasefire will happen only on its own terms. Now, Iran has also listed strict conditions, accusing the United States of trying to control how and when the conflict ends.
Iran has clearly rejected a US proposal aimed at ending the ongoing war, saying a ceasefire will only happen when it decides. Senior Iranian official told state media that Tehran will not allow US President Donald Trump to decide the timing of the war's end. The official said the United States has tried to open talks through different diplomatic channels, but Iran believes these proposals are unfair and do not reflect the reality on the ground. Iran also accused the US of using talks in the past as a cover for military action, saying it no longer trusts US's intentions. Iran says it will continue fighting until several key demands are met. These include a complete stop to attacks, clear guarantees that the war will not happen again, and full payment for damages caused during the conflict. Iran also wants any ceasefire to cover all fronts, including allied groups across the region. Another major demand is recognition of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, which it calls its legal right.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Trump says the Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the US and Israel. Two Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasan expected to arrive at the Kandla port today. Nirav Modi's latest attempts to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopia and other areas. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protest triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. Getting you some breaking news coming in. TVK Chief Vijay has received clearance from the court and the EC to campaign in Tamil Nadu in Perambur for the upcoming assembly election. His party, the TVK, decided to go solo in all the 234 constituencies, and with Vijay likely to make his electoral debut from Perambur. The party General Secretary Adhav Arjuna had earlier announced Vijay's decision to contest from Perambur, and a senior executive Sengotia had submitted a petition to the Chief Electoral Officer Archana Patnaik seeking permission for Vijay's campaign. Vijay is set to kickstart his campaign in Perambur on March 25th with a 2-day intensive outreach program planned covering multiple localities and interacting with residents. So TVK Chief Vijay gets no to campaign. This is a huge update in terms of what we are seeing, the developments which are coming in. Just ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections, we can see that there have been multiple updates in terms of what we can expect next. The latest is that TVK chief has been given a nod to campaign in Perambur. Let's go to Shardha, who's joining us. Shardha, coming across to you, just to help our viewers understand, why this is a significant update ahead of Tamil Nadu elections, and why did Vijay seek the nod of the court and the election commission to campaign in Perambur. We do remember that stampede that had taken place at the TVK rally. Was that a significant part of the nod which was given to TVK chief?
Well, if you remember, Vijay's campaign has been receiving a lot of restrictions following the SOPs that the court and also the government of Tamil Nadu had imposed, telling that not more than 5,000 people should be arriving at the TVK rally. So for the past 6 months, Vijay's rally only saw a number of not more than 5,000 people, even if it was a public meet. And he was also stopped from doing road rallies. So now, following which the Election Commission had been approached by the party's General Secretary Sengotia, who had initially submitted a letter to the Chief Election Commissioner of the state yesterday, and following which the court today has also agreed for Vijay's campaign to go in Perambur. Earlier, an Adha in party executive meeting stated that Vijay is looking for constituencies to contest in Chennai city, and it was from his party executives that more people said Perambur would be the right constituency for the actor turned politician. And for the past few days, TVK has been working extensively in the constituency of Perambur in Chennai. And the work also had TVK putting up a small makeshift office in Perambur constituency, talking to the people, trying to meet their requirements, asking what their demands for the upcoming elections would be, and asking questions if the constituency, what kind of development is required in the constituency. So now, with an objection that Vijay would be contesting in the elections in all 234 constituencies as a solo party, likely that the leader will be contesting from Perambur in the Chennai city, which is an urban area, and Perambur being one of the important constituencies, it's likely that Vijay would be going on a rally, a campaign in his constituency, which is Perambur, where he'll be meeting the residents of the area directly. So in that case, the permission has now been obtained by the actor turned politician, and likely he'll be starting the campaign very soon after the 30th, when the nominations are completed. He is now conducting interviews with his party members to make sure that all 34 constituencies have the candidates booked.
Shardha, we have seen that earlier. TVK got permission earlier. Now, after the stampede, TVK had got nod earlier to hold their first rally, but that time when they held their first rally post the Karur stampede, there was an advisory, there were some riders which were given by the advising committee, But now, what is the latest? Like, what are the riders for this particular rally that TVK will be holding? Because this is a rally connected to the upcoming polls.
Well, post the Karur stampede, Vijay has denied permissions to conduct a rally and only public meets and he had to be stationed in a particular place and conduct the public meet with not more than 5,000 people, whether it's cadres or general public. Now, with this particular rally, the commission given to him is that he can conduct rallies, but at the set time, in a very limited time, is when Vijay has been allotted by the election commission, saying that the actor might invoke more crowd. In that case, actors party should take responsibility to work, coordinate with the state police, and also take prior permissions and get the campaigns approved by the election commission beforehand. the main request that's been kept by the ECI is for the actor to arrive on time and not delay, because with the code of conduct in place following Vijay, there'll be other parties who will also be campaigning in that particular area. So the ECI has requested the party to make sure to maintain time-bound activities of the actor and politician. Also mentioned that no big road rally should be conducted. So when actor Vijay generally is moving from location to location, we see two-wheelers surrounding his campaign vehicle, chasing around him. So ECI has also requested the party to make sure that the general public or the actors' fans do not speed or race around the campaign vehicle, and make sure that and have asked to make sure that the actor takes certain precautions in providing water also if required.
All right, so court and EC is given a big nod to TVK's Vijay to campaign ahead of the Tamil Nadu elections. And like Sharda is saying, it's coming with some riders and some precautions which need to be taken post the Karur stampede. Getting you some more updates coming in. The BJP has released its third list of candidates for the West Bengal elections. The BJP has given a ticket to the mother of the RG Kaur victim from Panihati constituency as it announced the names of candidates for 19 more constituencies in West Bengal. More on this report. Take a look.
Bharatiya Janata Party has announced its third list of 19 candidates for the 2026 West Bengal Legislative Assembly election on Thursday. But one of the most important candidates that caught everyone's eye was Ratna Debnath, the mother of the Arjikar victim. 1.5 years after the brutal rape and murder of a young doctor in Kolkata's Arjikar hospital, BJP declared Ratna Debnath to be one of its candidates for the upcoming state assembly election. Debnath will contest from Panihati, taking on Tirthankar Ghosh of the ruling Trinamool Congress. The BJP's decision to field the victim's mother comes in the backdrop of the widespread public outrage that followed the August 9, 2024 incident, which had triggered protests across the state. And the counting of the votes is set for May 4th.
Getting some breaking news coming in from Manipur, Churachandpur after the overnight clashes. A violent protest triggered by a road accident where 2 civilians were injured and vehicles were set ablaze. Now FIR has been registered and 32 people have been detained in connection with the incident. So big updates coming in here. 32 arrested in Churachandpur violence case. And this is an update coming in as we keep getting you the latest. Churachandpur is a major town and a district headquarter in southwest Manipur in India. There was some violence which was reported there. And a violent protest had erupted in Manipur's Churachandpur. Post that, viewers, we see that 32 have been arrested in the Churachandpur violence case. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. It's a very sensitive area, and after violence was reported, we see that there were tensions which were linked to local disputes. And now we'll, of course, try to go across to our colleague Johnson on this story to help us understand what exactly is happening post that violence. So 32 arrested in Churachandpur post the violence case. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. Breaking news is coming in from Manipur after the overnight clashes over violent protests triggered by a road accident where 2 civilians were injured and vehicles were set ablaze. Now the FIR has been registered and 32 people have been detained in connection with that incident. Violent protests erupted in Manipur's Churachandpur district after 2 civilians were injured in a road accident involving a vehicle of the security forces. Now, the accident took place around 6:30 p.m. in the Tiobong area, where security force vehicles allegedly hit 2 individuals riding a 2-wheeler. The injured individuals were rushed to the hospital where they were discharged after the first aid. There was violence protests. There were a lot of protests which are very violent, and now 32 people have been detained in connection with that incident. So let's go across to Johnson, who's joining us. Johnson, yes, go ahead. Take our viewers through what happened and about these arrests which have been made.
Yeah. Actually, just after, the vandalizing of the one CRPF vehicle by these protesters, more protesters, which are reported to be from the Kuki community. Yes, security forces in a very swift and quick action, they have arrested 32 people after an FIR has been lodged and after a case has been registered. And as of now, the names and the identity of those arrested, detained 32 people have not been disclosed as it is, as the investigation is still under process. And now, the thing is that there is still tension in the Sultanpur itself area, and also it is very, it is a very good step for the security forces. It's a very good step for security forces, and there are still the further investigation so that they can arrest what is the actual agenda, what is the actual intention of those protesters.
Yes. Okay, also take our viewers through exactly what happened, because the violence has broken out in Manipur, Churachand, after road accident. However, Churachandpur is a very sensitive area. Many disputes, local disputes have led to violence previously as well, Johnson. So these are overnight clashes over violent protests triggered by a road accident where 2 civilians were injured. What is the status of these 2 civilians? Take our viewers through that update as well.
Yes, the 2 civilians that has been injured due to the road accident hit by the central security vehicle. They have been immediately admitted to the district hospital by the security force itself. And after that, as of now, there is no more update regarding the seriousness of those injuries. But as per the report, those injured are now under control. They are stable right now. And yes, after this, even though the accident was hit by army vehicle, but unfortunately the protesters, they have vandalized the vehicle of the CRPF, sir.
All right, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news. CCTV footage coming off a tragic accident in Maharashtra's Kalyan, which claimed the life of a businessman, Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling when struck by a speeding car driven by a 17-year-old minor. Now, the CCTV footage captured the incident, showing the boy losing control of the vehicle and ramming into Tandale. The minor's parents, including his mother, Kamini Yogesh Pandey, are facing legal action. The police have seized the car and taken the boy into custody. This incident highlights concerns about reckless driving in the area, with locals citing removing barricades as a contributing factor. Okay, so this is a cyclist who was cycling, and this is an update coming in of a cyclist who was cycling on Ring Road. Then we see that this unfortunate accident took place. Very unfortunate accident took place. We will, of course, get you more updates on exactly what the investigation is pointing to. But the tragic accident happened in Maharashtra's Kalyan. This has led to the death of a businessman, Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling when he was struck by a speeding car. The speeding car was being driven by a 17-year-old minor. And that is the CCTV footage captured in that incident. The boy lost control of the vehicle and rammed into Tandale. I want to go straight across to Shivam, who's joining us live from our Republic newsroom. Shivam, a very unfortunate incident which is coming in. This is a cyclist, a businessman who lost his life. A 17-year-old boy rammed into him as he cycled on an incomplete section of the Kalyan's Ring Road. Just to help our viewers understand what the latest is, the police have registered an FIR for rash and negligent driving along with a non-bailable charge.
Yeah, now this is pretty much concerning, and especially once again, Shivangi, it involves a minor in this case, and it reminds us of the Pune Porsche case where the accused was also a 17-year-old. Now this is one of the many cases in which the minors are involved in reckless driving and killing the pedestrians or the cyclists in this particular case. Now he was a businessman and might not have been the first time that he was traveling in that route, on that route, while he was going for a morning morning cycling routine as usual. Now, what happened is exactly the boy took the keys from his parents while they were asleep, while they were not there, and he fled with the vehicle. And while he was driving recklessly, very high speed driving, he was doing very high speed, he was driving in a very high speed, and that's when he did the accident, and that killed the businessman in this case. Now, it is a very tragic accident which happened in Kalyan, which had claimed the life of the businessman in this case. Now, the CCTV footage which has been captured clearly explains how the speed of the vehicle, which has been a very high speed vehicle case in this one. Now, we are showing three visuals in this case, one from the Pune accident, the other from the Kanpur accident, and the third one from the Kalyan accident. Now, in the Pune case, as you can very well see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, there was a 17-year-old minor involved driving the Porsche taken. Now, he was drunk driving at around 200 kilometers per hour, and he rammed into the bike, and which killed two IT professionals in that case. Now, there was massive outrage during that accident also, because that was also, that amounts to killing somebody while you are drunk and driving in that case. Now, parents, doctors were accused of evidence tampering in this case. Now, the other case which we are showing right now is of the Kalyan case. Now, this again involves the minor. This initially was a hit-and-run case. Now, later he was arrested by the police. The vehicle has been seized by the police in this case. Now, there will be charges against the parents also, because it clearly amounts to negligence on the side of the parents.
All right, Shivam, thank you for getting those details. And in Kalyan, you can see how the businessman was flung into the air when that vehicle slammed into him. Very unfortunate. Now, President Trump's proposal to halt the conflict was rejected by Iran's authorities on Wednesday, and they pledged to keep fighting until a number of their own demands were satisfied. A payment of war reparations and acknowledgement of its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz are among Iran's demands. As the battle nears its one-month mark, the reaction may have dealt a blow to the U.S. proposal, but it also marked the beginning of some kind of negotiation between the two nations. Arnab Goswami emphasizes that as the US-Israel-Iran conflict escalates, conflict and questions are rising about the absence of a ceasefire. Take a look.
Absolutely sure sign that Trump has got it all wrong is when he starts blaming his own defense secretary, the wet-gelled Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, at a round table in Memphis, which was going on, Trump sat next to his own defense secretary, his own appointee, Pete Hegseth, and in front of cameras and reporters said something which absolutely looked like he was putting all the blame, the entire blame, on Pete Hegseth. He said, Pete, you were the one. It was your idea. You said, let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders take the onus on themselves. And here's a man who's realized he's messed up so badly, he's got no exit option. The Iranians are not giving him an off-ramp. He's riding a tiger he can't get off, so he's decided to tell the tiger to go attack Pete Hegseth. This is a cowardly move by the President of the United States.
And then unfortunately I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end, or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up, and you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that.
Pete, you were the one. It was your idea, he says. Now, ladies and gentlemen, depending on who is in the administration of the Trump government, who you asked on any single day, they say this was a war to end 47 years of the Iranian regime. But now, is there a solution? My view is, as of this minute, there is an unbridgeable gap between the United States and Iran. All these diplomats, these diplomatic types who talk about an off-ramp, back channel, etc., this, that, have got it all wrong. Look at the actual terms on the table and ask yourself whether there is any middle ground here. One, the US is apparently sent a 15-point proposal. Conditions include dismantling of UN's nuclear capabilities, a ban on uranium enrichment on Iranian territory, handing over the stockpile of highly enriched uranium to the IAEA, abandoning all regional proxy activity, opening up the Strait of Hormuz, and limiting Iran's missile capability, both in terms of range and quantity. Iran is not going to accept any one of these, not one of these 6 or 7 options or proposals which the US has given. What does Iran want? Iran has put 7 demands, and none of these will be accepted by the US. Iran has asked US to close all military bases in the Gulf, lift all sanctions imposed, pay war reparations, which is absolutely not going to happen, say that we are going to agree to a missile program of Iran with no limits, end all Israeli strikes on the Hezbollah, start new rules for the Strait of Hormuz, giving them superpower status in the Middle East, and give a written promise that war will not restart. Now, there is no negotiating room between the two. The only hope people are having is that both sides are actually very tired, and out of fatigue, if nothing else, they're going to give in. But ladies and gentlemen, for that also, there needed to have been a pause. I want to show you 8 visuals tonight, 8 visuals to prove there has been no pause. There has never been a pause in this. Visual number 1, March 25th, Dimona nuclear power plant, which was hit. Ladies and gentlemen, the visuals show, you see this, smoke rising over the Rotem industrial zone close to Dimona after an Iranian missile hit. March 25th, the IDF said airstrikes in Tehran have been completed. These are the visuals of that. Ladies and gentlemen, multiple infrastructure targets which were hit. March 25th, Iran fires coastal cruise missiles targeting the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier. Not too long back, they're keeping a watch. Where is the pause as I show you these visuals? Visual 4 tonight. Airstrike on Western Iraq military clinic, which killed 7 troops. This is in a site belonging to Iraq's Shiite Popular Mobilization Forces, or PMF. Where is the ceasefire, I asked tonight on Republic? March 25th, Iran released a video of the 80th wave of Operation True Promise 4. Where is the pause? We ask here on Republic. Visual number 6, March 25th. Israeli Air Force targeting 2 sites involved in the production of the naval cruise missiles in Tehran. Visual number 7, where is the ceasefire tonight? Where is the pause? March 24th, Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant hit by Israel. Visual showing dark plumes of smoke rising after the strike. 8 as well, Iran launching missiles towards Israel. This is Iranian state TV releasing the footage. Ladies and gentlemen, where is the pause? You have to have blindfold on and not watch any of these visuals to start believing that there is a pause. It's only sections of the Western media which has lost all credibility in the last few days which still insists there is something called a pause. Now, here is the part of the story that nobody in Washington wants you to see. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 29, 2026, exactly 1 month before the war began, Lockheed Martin signed a framework agreement with Pentagon's Department of War to quadruple the production of THAAD interceptors. From 96 missiles a year to 400 missiles a year, each THAAD interceptor cost the American taxpayer $12.7 million. Ladies and gentlemen, this was on January 29th. The war technically began on February 28th. Everything is about making money on the stock markets. It's about the stock prices of these defense companies. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know what's happening in the war, ask Lockheed Martin, not Pete Exit. Lockheed Martin's, since the beginning of 2026, their share price has gone up by 30-40%. Ladies and gentlemen, numbers don't lie. I'm giving you 5 points tonight. This is war capitalism at another level. 5 points. 1, Pentagon wants $300 billion more for the Iran war. Point number 2, US defense stocks are up 30 to 50% in the last 12 months. Point number 3, earnings in the S&P 500 index are expected to rise 20% in the next 12 months. 4, US oil firms have gained more than 100 billion since the war began. And 580 million bet has been placed just 14 to 15 minutes before Trump's Iran post on Truth Social. Ladies and gentlemen, and therefore you need to look at everything in perspective. If this war continues, the defense war machine in America makes a lot of money. So it doesn't look to me like there's any de-escalation or ceasefire plan right now, because America continues to beef up its military presence. In fact, the 82nd Airborne Division's 2,000 paratroopers are moving around in the Middle East. Additional military options are being sent by Trump. Trump also deployed another 2,000 Marines from the 31st Expeditionary Unit traveling aboard USS Tripoli. What kind of ceasefire plan is this that requires this level of military mobilization? Secondly, Israel is not part of any dialogue. They have not committed to any dialogue. It's only a pause button apparently on a certain nature of oil infrastructure sites by Americans. Israel is not part of it. So if the peace plan is just a red herring to buy time, then what about the deployments which are taking place? You see, ladies and gentlemen, here is the hint. Trump has spared targeting the Karg Island from where Iran exports 90% of this oil. Is this military buildup aimed at trying to take Karg Island after Friday? I think this weekend is going to be extremely important. The Speaker of the Parliament in Iran has said very clearly, we are closely monitoring all US movements in the region, especially troop deployments, do not test our resolve to defend our land. Even Iran, therefore, as of tonight, is strongly suspecting a possible military ground intervention by America, maybe for Karg Island. Is that the military surprise that Trump was planning? And in response to that, what is the quote-unquote surprise that Iran has in mind? For everybody who did the calculations and told you on Monday that everything's getting fixed, it's all over. It's not. Even if it is to get fixed, which I think there is a strong likelihood of within a April 10th timeline, and that is my own calculated guess, trust me, it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Viewers, much coming up, 2 Indian LPG tankers across the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jug Vasant expected to arrive at the Kandla port today.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हम
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict, where Donald Trump is saying that the Iranian leaders are pretty badly wanting a deal to take place, and also that they are afraid of retaliation by their own in this case. But also, Iran has rejected the claims of any ceasefire or any deal. We'll get you all the latest of this story, plus top national and international breaking news developments as we speak. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel. 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. And Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir, CIK, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Gandarbal. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. All right, viewers, now let's begin with the first stop. Big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment, and this is about Nirav Modi. We're getting a big breaking news development in this case. Republic accesses 18-page Nirav Modi judgment copy. A big win for ED and the CBI. Now, Nirav Modi runs out of legal options. Now, Nirav Modi is one step closer to face a trial in India. Now, this comes as a big victory, big win for the Enforcement Directorate, the ED and the CBI. Now, Nirav Modi runs out of legal options. Nirav Modi one step closer to face trial in India. Now, this is that Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. So a big failure for him and a big development in this case. All right, we have our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan, for more details on this big development. Shravan, over to you for more details. Now, it's a big victory for ED and the CBI, but if you can put this into perspective and break it down for our viewers. Shravan. All right, our Deputy Executive Editor Shravan is also with us to explain the latest developments in this case. Shravan, if you can hear my voice, what is the latest that we are fetching as we speak right now? A big failure for Nirav Modi.
Well, in fact, Nirav Modi's petition to reopen the proceedings against his extradition order by the UK court has been rejected. This happened yesterday at the High Court of Justice King's Bench Division in London. And the matter was strongly argued by the Crown Prosecution Service, and they were assisted by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate's team and the investigating officers who were basically in London for the hearing. In fact, after a very long time, we're given to understand that Nirav Modi had appeared before the court in person, is what we are being told. The reopening application had been filed on the basis of Sanjay Bhandari's judgment. In fact, Sanjay Bhandari, the arms dealer who is on the run, in fact, with sustained and coordinated efforts that coming in from the investigative agencies, the challenge was basically successfully overcome, is what we are being told. And the High Court basically, they were handing out the judgment. They think that the reopening of the petition and the circumstances surrounding it are not exceptional, and so as to make it appropriate to reopen it. So, in fact, what happens right now, Shivam, is that legal options available before Nirav Modi has only dwindled. In fact, it seems right now that the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate will once again press upon the Home Office in United Kingdom to take a final call as to whether at all Nirav Modi should be sent back to India. Because if you look at it from the legal point of view, it seems that there is very little option available before him. We are talking about a man who has basically been charged for a significant financial wrongdoing, and that too, that is involving a public sector bank, and the proceedings essentially go back to 2018. Following which, since 2019, the courts have heard the matter multiple times. In fact, they've approved his extradition. They've rejected his earlier appeals, and frankly speaking, there is no legal barriers accepting the assurances regarding his treatment in India, because as I understand from the judgment that has been passed by the UK court, they have also made it very clear that there is nothing to believe that if at all Nirav Modi is sent back to India, he would essentially be tortured, because that is exactly what was being argued in the court.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the arguments, one of the concerns that Nirav Modi was putting forward in this case is the possibility of an ill treatment. Now, what kind of arguments was given by the counsel on behalf of Nirav Modi in this case, Shravan?
Well, in fact, the main argument that has been made by Nirav Modi's counsels have largely been on the fact that if at all he is sent back to India, he would essentially be tortured and persecuted, is what they have largely argued in the court. When they have basically sent back this entire thing, now they've largely relied upon the fact that in the past too, they have essentially argued on the count that if at all they are sent back, there's going to be a political witch hunt that is going to be carried out, because he's largely argued on the ground that this is more of a case which is political in nature, and the fact that the current dispensation has made a political example out of Nirav Modi. Having said that, remember, all the courts so far which have basically heard this entire matter has actually rejected the claims that have been made. He was certainly borrowing a leaf from Vijay Mallya's book, but it seems that it has now completely failed, and perhaps this move that he has now made before the High Court in United Kingdom, where he's trying to reopen the entire matter, arguing against the extradition, now with the court basically rejecting it, then it seems there is very little option available before him.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot, Shravan, for the details and updates on this story. We have Sarthak with us for more updates on this story. Sarthak, what are the latest you are fetching? Now, in this case, we are also getting to know that the Crown Prosecution Service Counsel defended the case, who received the full support. They received the full support of a dedicated team from the CBI. Sarthak.
Yes, absolutely, Shivam. The Crown Prosecution Services has strongly opposed the plea, and they were supported by a team from CBI. The CBI officers were present in London for the hearing. However, after the arguments, the court says that the case does not mean the exceptional circumstances status, because in these kind of cases, the court says that unless there are circumstances, the court cannot pass an adverse order. The legal challenge was based on a Bhandari judgment, rejected the arguments that were placed on record from the counsels of Nirav Modi, was that a Bhandari judgment was taken as a precedent, where last year UK High Court had granted, had passed an order in favor of this individual on the grounds that that he might not be treated well if he is extradited to India, and there were other arguments that were made on that end. But however, the court has said that there are no exceptional circumstances in this particular matter due to which this petition cannot withstand. And just to remind the viewers, Nirav Modi has been declared as a fugitive and an economic offender by India. And CBI has been seeking his extradition since 2018. In 2019, he was arrested in UK in March 2019, and then he was taken into custody. He has applied for these anti-extradition petitions before as well. UK courts had already approved his extradition. This is not the first time he had filed a petition before the High Court. And previous appeals were also dismissed by the courts, and this time as well, the UK High Court has decided to dismiss this petition, stating that there is no strong enough reason or any merit in his petition to believe that his case has some exceptional circumstances, and therefore it seems like all the legal remedies and everything that he could have taken at his disposal to make sure that he delays the matter have completely gone out of the window. And CBI at this point might be seeking early extradition of him and may try to bring him back to India as early as possible. Just to remind the viewers, his extradition was almost confirmed last year in August 2025, but he just took this legal route and tried delay the matter and bring these legal hurdles into the entire issue. But now it seems like all his means, all his resources have exhausted, and CBI may try to bring him back to India as early as possible and put him under trial. Back to you.
Yeah, one of the observations in the High Court decision was that the petition, the circumstances for the petition were not so extraordinary in this case. Now, is this the last and the final setback for Nirav Modi? And we can expect that he will be brought back to India very soon in this case, because this is a long political battle that the CBI has been following. All right, we have our executive editor, Legal Rhythm, on a phone line to speak on this issue and put this into perspective for more details. Rhythm, over to you for more details. A very big setback for Nirav Modi.
It was bound to come, as the London High Court has now stated that Nirav does not have any chance before them. They reject the appeal against return Modi. London-based High Court of Justice King's Bench Division has rejected Nirav Modi's petition to reopen the proceedings against his extradition order issued in the UK court. Remember earlier also in the Vijay Mallya case, we've seen the Crown Prosecution Service Council defending the Republic of India. Today, here also the Crown Prosecution Service Council, who received the full support of a dedicated team of Indian CBI, including the investigating officers who travelled to London for the hearing, have said Nirav does not stand a chance now. The petition that was filed, it was an appeal on the basis of the Sanjay Bhandari case verdict, but that challenge was also successfully overcome by the coordinated efforts of the CBI. What does this really mean? This means the High Court has said in its decision that any petition Nirav filed for reopening the circumstances that were related to his extradition will not be reopened. Remember, since 2018, CBI has been seeking the extradition of Nirav Modi, who's wanted in the case of the bank scam related to Punjab National Bank. He was arrested in the UK in 2019. The courts approved his extradition and dismissed earlier appeals, holding there was no legal impediment, and assurances were given that India will treat him fairly.
Yeah.
The process was delayed due to the legal delay, but now it's time Nirav is dragged back to India.
Yeah, Rhythm, you have been following up this story since the beginning. Now, what were the complexities in this case and cases of this type? What were the challenges which were being faced by the ED, the CBI?
Let's be frank and tell our viewers, the CBI and the ED has done a marvelous job in this case, just like the earlier case. The basic things that Nirav Modi or any fugitive who's traveling abroad, who's staying abroad and does not want to be extradited, says and lies that the Indian jail conditions are not proper and we will not be treated well by India and in the Indian jails. But this is something immediately that the coordinated efforts of the CBI and the ED team were successful in getting a rejection from the court, saying that the Indian jails are fine. In fact, we broke an exclusive stored pictures of where these people would be put and where will they be placed in Arthur Road Jail. This is the same Indian team that also ensured that in the Vijay Mallya case, his extradition was successful. We just have to see why there is some stoppage in that case. But I have personally worked and seen the way the CBI and the ED teams are working in coordination. In fact, for the Mallya case, we traveled to London. We were there in the Westminster court. And similarly, in the Nirav Modi case, Republic has been the only channel following the case. The third case that Nirav Modi tried to get on was the Sanjay Bhandari case. My colleague Shavan Sen was in London. He was the only journalist to have tracked Sanjay Bhandari, tried to have a word with him. Yes, in that case, it's been a setback for India because sometimes the laws that were seen by the UK courts were different. It was a different case, different facts of the case. But in the Nirav Modi case, India has been extremely successful in a jurisdiction in the United Kingdom where usually extradition is not given. It's painstaking work to put everything forward before them. The Crown Prosecution Service that appeared for us in the Nirav Modi case did a marvelous job with lots of efforts by the CBI and the ED team, and we have been successful in getting the Nirav Modi petition filed before the London High Court to be rejected now. I think it will be a matter of time before Nirav is dragged back. He's been arrested since 2019. Remember, Republic was also the only channel to try and have a word with Mehul Choksi. We were the only channel that exclusively spoke to the uncle of Nirav Modi in this case, and that case is also pending. Similarly, we were the only channel to have tracked his brother, and we spoke with him. So when it comes to this case, Republic TV is extremely clear. We want these fugitives to be dragged back. We're doing our best to ensure it happens. The CBI ED team doing a marvelous job.
Yeah, definitely, Rhythm. Thanks a lot for the updates and to put this into perspective for our viewers. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very big development, a big victory for ED and CBI, and a big setback for Nirav Modi as he runs out of legal options. Now, Nirav's plea to reopen extradition case has been rejected because there are no extraordinary circumstances in this case. This clearly has been mentioned by the High Court. The High Court, in its decision, said that the petition for reopening and the circumstances related to it are not so extraordinary that the case should be reopened. Now, since 2018, ladies and gentlemen, CBI has been seeking the extradition of Nirav Modi, who is wanted in the case of a major bank scam related to PNB. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated. Negotiations are underway with the right people and that the US has essentially won. He cited a mysterious oil and gas-related big present from Iran as proof that Tehran desperately wants a deal while shifting blame for starting the conflict and insisting productive talks involving Secretary of State, that is Marco Rubio, and Vice President J.D. Vance and others are advancing. However, Iran sharply rejected these claims. Now, a senior Iranian military spokesperson mocked at Trump, asking if the US was negotiating with itself amid internal conflicts, and insisted that Tehran will never come to terms with Washington, despite Trump's optimistic statements. The war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missile and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv, Bnei Brak, and Tehran.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خوددرگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other... We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, J.D. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look.
And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم میزدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر میتوانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه
All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because coming up next, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Coming up. And also, CIK, that is the Counterintelligence Kashmir, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Kandabal.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अनीस, घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
Coming up next, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Now we're tracking all the developments. It's day 27 of the war against Iran. Many updates coming here. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. Trump says Iranian leaders won't deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the US and Israel. 2 Indian LPG tankers across the Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jag Vasant will be arriving later at the Kandla port today. 17-year-old in a speeding vehicle rams into a cyclist in Kalyan, Maharashtra, killing the latter on the spot. Nirav Modi's latest attempts to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. Counterintelligence Kashmir raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts like Srinagar district, Shopian and other districts as well. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. 32 people have been arrested over this violence. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Air India flight, which was flying from Delhi to London, had to divert viewers to Mumbai. This is a big update we're getting for our viewers. Air India aircraft A350 VTJRF operating Delhi to London diverted to Mumbai due to technical reasons. Reportedly loud grinding noise from AFT. Aircraft is currently near Oman. Okay, big updates coming in here. Huge updates. On Republic TV, Air India flight had diverted to Mumbai. There are technical issues, reportedly loud grinding noise from the AFT, which could have led to this. So we're getting these updates on Republic TV. So big updates coming in here. We'll tell you exactly what is happening in terms of this new diversion. Not the first time we have seen Air India flights be diverted. We have seen DGCA they have put out a protocol for all these airlines to follow. And we have seen earlier a few days as well that Air India Bengaluru to London flight was also diverted to Jeddah. That happened 2 days ago. One more Air India flight has been diverted. Let's go straight across to my colleague. I'm being joined by Harsha. Harsha, yes, a very good morning to you, Harsha. Just to help our viewers understand what this case is all about. One more reason given of a technical issue, and just 2 days ago there was a Bengaluru to London flight which was diverted to Jeddah. This flight, the one we are talking about today, was diverted to Mumbai. Yes, Harsha.
Yes, Shivangi, back-to-back the technical issue, sustains in the Air India aircraft. This is A350 and also it is AI111 Air India aircraft, which took off for London from New Delhi, but it has been diverted to Bombay. What we've got to know that the plane is still, what the flight radar shows is that plane is still over the Oman airspace. It has yet not landed at Mumbai. And the reason for diverting it to Mumbai was the technical reason, which was the loud noise which was heard from the AFT of the plane. AFT usually is the area towards the cargo side of the plane, and there was a loud thumping noise, and the noise was too heavy that the pilot could get the alarms in the cockpit, and that was the reason why the pilot had to divert it to Mumbai so that any untoward incident doesn't take place. And right now what we're learning is that by 11:30 the plane will be landing at Mumbai. It has already been diverted. The diversion took place around half an hour to 40 minutes before, and the entire information has been shared by the Air India to the DGC, which is a regulatory body. But what we know so far is that there's no stopping to the lenient attitude of Air India. There's no stopping to the maintenance and repair issues or the technical issues in Air India aircraft, be it the new series of the A350 or the new series of the Boeing or the A320 Neo. All these aircrafts are new in series. The fleet is entirely newly purchased and brought, but still the technical issue remains the same. Sometimes it's in the cargo, sometimes it's in the cockpit, sometimes it's in the engine. So we can clearly say that the ground maintenance team of Air India fails to maintain and repair the aircraft so that it should reach its destination. Every time there's a technical issue because of the maintenance and repair team not giving full attention, the smallest slightest of the mechanical error and issue coming and pertaining again and again in the aircrafts of Air India. That might be major reason why again and again the causes, the problems, the technical errors are repeating in the Air India aircraft. Right now what we know is that plane will be landing at Mumbai airport in another half an hour, and when this flight will take off from Mumbai to London where the passengers originally has to reach, this has not been shared yet, but the plane will be well checked, maintained, and the technical issue will be fixed. Only then the passengers' plane will be arranged for land. Back to you.
That's right. Okay. And also, just to help our viewers, Harsha, again, remember the DGCA, the protocols which have been set for airlines, also the Ministry of Civil Aviation has set some protocols. Even after so many protocols have been set, so much of safety standards have been relayed to these airlines again and again. Why do we see these issues, especially mid-air?
Because, Shivangi, it all pertains the maintenance and technical team which is on ground. Usually it is the process. Whenever the plane comes from one location, and before departing to another location, it has to be checked thoroughly by the maintenance and repairing agencies which has been hired by the airline company, by the aviation company. And usually what happens is that because of saving their time, because of not extending the waiting hours, the maintenance and repair team usually checks it not thoroughly, but from the upper level only. They check that cockpit is fine, the alarms are working fine, the engine looks fine, the cargo looks fine, everything is ticked, marked, and the plane is given heads up to depart for another location. But usually in mid-air it happens because the plane has not been technically thoroughly checked by the repairing and maintenance team. That's one of the major reasons why every time there are technical glitches reported mid-air, and after landing it is seen that, oh, in this particular aircraft there was this MEL issue. There was the MEL issue in the engine, there was MEL issue in the cargo area. MEL, Shivangi, means minimum equipment list. There are aircrafts which are flying with minimum equipment list, and there is some deadline also till how long they can fly without this particular fixation of this error in the aircraft, and it is given by DGCA only. That if the timeline of any MEL concludes, it finishes before time only, it has to be fixed. But aircrafts, because to make profits, because to make money, and this situation of conflict also, they want more and more aircrafts to be in air. They don't want the aircrafts to be on ground. They want the aircrafts to be running to fly for more hours, and that is also one of the reasons why the technical issues are not being fixed as it should be fixed for the longer routes, for the longer destinations. All
right, well, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you for more, Harsha, on this development. And thankfully, we should see, these airlines really listen to these protocols and make sure that the passengers are not put under any inconvenience when it comes to their safety. Okay, let's move ahead. Getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's move ahead. US-Israeli airstrikes have flattened a building in Bandar Abbas, southern Iran. So let's put out those pictures also for you. This is the latest coming in. It's day 27. I repeat, it's day 27 of the war, which is continuing. And we have also got some statements from Donald Trump a short while back, where he says Iran's leaders are afraid to admit they are negotiating with the US. The US president was speaking after the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told state media Iran had no intentions of negotiating for now. The country will keep defending itself. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. This is a airstrike, and it has flattened a building in southern Iran. So latest strikes continue, US-Israeli strikes continue against Iran. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Iran earlier issued 5 conditions to end the war, including conclusion of the conflict across all fronts and payment of reparations. So this was a condition which had been put by Iran. So escalation continues. Getting some breaking news coming in. Kerala Cyber Police registered a case against Meta and X for circulating a fake video of Indian Prime Minister Modi and Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar. In the video, the duo was discussing something about the elections, and it created serious doubts among the public on the credibility of Indian democracy. Case filed. Big updates coming in here. Case filed against Meta and X over fake video. And this is the update that we're getting for our viewers here on Republic TV. Okay, so we will, of course, try to get our reporters on with us so we can understand what this case is about. But the case was filed by the Kerala Cyber Police. This is against Meta and X because there was a video, a fake video of Prime Minister Modi and the Chief Election Commissioner, which was circulating online. And in that video, the duo, both these leaders, both the election commissioner and Prime Minister Modi were discussing something about the elections, and it created serious doubts among the public on the credibility of the Indian democracy. So given these very serious updates, we see the case was filed against Meta and X over the fake video. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now. Kerala Cyber Police have registered a case against X and Meta for this fake video which was doing the rounds. We'll try to go across to my colleague in a short while from now. And in the past as well, we have seen that both X and Meta have been pulled up. I just want to go back to my colleague Shankar joining us. Shankar, you know, there has been so much of discussion lately about the circulation of fake videos online. Now, this is not just something which is concerning here in India, but all across the globe. In this case, we see a fake video was circulating online of the Chief Election Commissioner and Prime Minister Modi, absolutely fake video. Now, we see that the police has gone ahead, filed a case against Meta and X. What have the police said? What did the Kerala Cyber Police say as they registered this case against these giants?
Yes, exactly. 2-3 days ago, a document which was circulated by the Chief Electoral Officer in Kerala to all political parties regarding the guidelines to be followed by the candidates and even the political party leaders were circulated. And in one among the documents, there was a seal of the BJP, and it was a big controversy in the state. And this particular video, which was circulated on Meta and X and shared by millions of people across the globe, in which the Narendra Modi was, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was speaking with Ganesh Kumar and other constitutional heads. In fact, it was actually a fake video created using artificial intelligence. In this video, there was a reference of the document which was provided to the political parties by having the seal of BJP by this Chief Election Commission in Kerala. So this was mentioned, this was being discussed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Ganesh Kumar and other constitutional heads in the fake video, and the Modi was heard speaking about the electoral process in the states, and the video, the 1 minute 27-second video, gives an impression among the public that the Narendra Modi Prime Minister was planning and devising strategies to sabotage the election and manipulate the electoral process across the country, and the elections are taking place in 5 states in the coming weeks. So there was the video gives an impression among the public that there was an attempt from the central leadership, Modi-led governments, move to sabotage the election, and this was seen by the chief electoral officers in the state, and this was forwarded to the cyber police team in Thiruvananthapuram, and soon letters were issued to all profile handlers who sent and created and shared this post on Meta and X. Later, a letter was also sent to Meta and X chiefs in India to remove this video. But despite sending several reminders and several letters, these social media heads were not willing to remove this fake artificial intelligence created video from their profiles. Soon, the state police, the Thiruvananthapuram cyber police.
Shankar, I'm getting some more breaking news coming in. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. So let's go to the next set of breaking news. This is ahead of the elections. So the Congress and the CPM in the state are accusing each other of keeping a secret pact with the BJP in many wards. The Congress central and state leadership said there is a hidden Communist Janata Party front in the state, and the BJP has fielded weak candidates in many constituencies to help the left. Whereas the Kerala CM Vijayan alleged that the hidden pact is actually between the BJP and the Congress. So these are very, very big allegations coming in ahead of those elections that we are counting down to. And very expected, Shankar, that now allegations will keep flying in the air against each other. The Congress, CPM accusing each other of a secret pact. What's the latest that we're getting here? What are the allegations?
Such accusation, like the pact between the CPM and Congress, the pact between BJP with the Congress and the Communist Party in Kerala are not something new. It comes up it comes up during every assembly elections and even the local body elections and the Lok Sabha elections. But this time, the allegation was first raised by the Congress senior leaders, Ramesh Chennittala, and opposition leader, V.D. Satheeshan. They alleged that the CPM is in a pact with the BJP in as many as 10 seats across the state, and they said they will reveal the names of the constituencies where the pact between the CPM and the BJP will be disclosed in the coming days. And the allegation was first raised by this Congress leaders by stating that there is a hidden pact called CJP in the state, Communist Janata Party. They called it Communist Janata Party, and it was aimed at dividing the votes of BJP and the Communist in favor of the UDF, Congress-led United Democratic Front in the state. But soon these statements, the allegations of this Congress leaders became viral and a controversy in the state, and the senior CPM leaders came up against it, and the Chief Minister of Kerala called a press conference in which he reminded the public of the Koalibi Pact, which was formed in 1991. He said in 1991, during the assembly elections, the Congress, Muslim League, and the BJP had contested from various constituencies together, and there was a pact called Koalibi, Congress, League, and BJP in 1991. And KG Mara, the then BJP leader, was promised votes from the UDF, and in return, BJP was asked to vote for Congress and Muslim League leaders in Thiruvananthapuram and several
thank you, Shankar, for getting those details. We are counting down to the elections, and now allegations being thrown and flying in the air against each other in Kerala. Okay, getting some more updates coming in. Amid rising drone threats from Pakistan, Indian Army has deployed the Ashni platoon along the Samba sector of the international border. Ashni platoon is a specialized Indian Army unit equipped with the Ashni system to counter the enemy drones. Now, we see that Lieutenant General Rajan Sherawat has reviewed the ground preparedness and operational readiness of anti-drone unit. Pakistan has been actively using drones to drop weapons and narcotics into the Indian territory in this area of the international border. Okay, Indian Army has deployed the Ashni platoon amid the drone threats coming from Pakistan's side. This is something which is very concerning. We have seen how Pakistani drones are sent across the border towards India, carrying narcotics sometimes and dangerous substances. Okay, I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran who's joining us. Gursimran, Indian Army deploys Ashni platoon in Samba. This is the rising drone threats. We have reported about these drones which Pakistan sends across the border, and many of them have narcotics. They send narcotics across the border. This is an effort by the army to counter these dangerous drones. Yes, Gursimran.
Yes, Indian Army has deployed its Ashni drone platoons along the international border, especially in the Samba sector, and it has been reviewed by the Lieutenant General Rajan Sherawat, who happens to be the General Officer commanding of the 9th Corps of the Indian Army, the Rising Star Corps, based in UL, under which comes the Kathu and the Samba districts, and a part of Jammu district under their command where they operate. Now coming to the threats of the drone, they looms large, because after Operation Sindoor, during Operation Sindoor also, we have seen excessive use of drones to target the vital installation and also for the recce of the vital installations of the Indian Army. So after that, it was decided that the Bhairav Battalion as well as the Ashni platoon that will be raised along with the Rudra Brigade. And now coming into being is the Ashni platoon that has been deployed along the Indo-Pakistan international border in the Samba district, so that any threat that emerges from Pakistan using the drones or the UAVs, that can be curtailed. Not only it is limited to the recce of the area or only to monitor the threats, but also the counter threat bears are also being deployed in the form of Ashni systems. Also, we are getting to know that in days to come, there will be deployment of the Bhairav Battalion in the area as well, so that the hinterland security can also be beefed up, and also the Pakistani attempts that they are trying to target the civilian areas or pushing the weapons and narcotics into the Indian territory, that can be foiled. And now are the visuals that we have managed to access, where the Lieutenant General Rajan Sherawat, who happens to be the GOC of the 9 Corps, he is reviewing the operational preparedness of the Ashni platoon that has been deployed in the Samba sector of Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Okay. Gursimran, take our viewers through, what the Indian Army has planned. Ashni platoon has been deployed. How does this Ashni platoon really work? How do they counter these drones? We can see some pictures on our screens. I know they're using some equipment there. And we can see they're holding some drones too. How are they going to counter these Pakistani drones? What is the SOP there?
See what they are going to do. See, they are also equipped with the kamikaze drones. So if the threat is of that level that it needs to be neutralized, the kamikaze drones that are also known as the suicidal Fidayeen drones, that can also be used by the Ashni platoon. Because in this is part of the infantry of the Indian Army, but they have roughly 20 men that are trained to handle the UAV operations. That includes assessing the threat, monitoring the level of the threat, and also responding to the threat. That includes from the small drones to the larger kamikaze drones. All are part of their this fleet of this elite unit of the Indian Army that has been raised recently and has now been deployed at the key locations where the threat from the Pakistan is imminent, and there have been regular instances where the Pakistani threat has come down, though it has been pushed back by the BSF. But yes, keeping in view the sensitivity and the present global position, the geological situation, that geopolitical situation that emerges, there lies a threat, and keeping that in view, the deployment of the Ashni platoon has been done in the Samba sector. It is said that apart from this area, there will be more areas where the Ashni platoon will be deployed along with the Bhairav Battalion in days to come.
Right. Okay, thank you. Get details. I'll be coming back to you, Gursimran, for more on this development. Big development. Indian Army has launched the Ashni platoon to counter the Pakistani drones. I'm getting some breaking news coming in. We shift to focus on the war. It's day 27 of the war. So we're getting an update from America, from the U.S. Central Command. And this as the U.S. Navy leaders, Admiral Brad Cooper says that we are in the 4th week of the campaign and we are on a plan in achieving very clear military objectives to eliminate Iran's ability to protect its power. U.S. forces have struck more than 10,000 military targets. In fact, we hit the 10,000th Iranian target just hours ago. With the help of our allies, we have struck thousands more, clearly demonstrating that we are stronger together. Today, we have damaged or destroyed over 2/3 of Iran's missile, drone and naval production facilities and shipyards. And we are not done yet. We are on a path to completely eliminate Iran's wider military manufacturing apparatus. So this is a big update coming in. Day 27 of the war, and US making it very clear that their aim is to weaken the Iranian defense systems as much as they can. Okay, taking a short break, viewers. We will be right back, taking a short break. Coming up on the other side, Trump says Iranian leaders want a deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects U.S. proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया
मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ,
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be on the West Asian conflict, because Donald Trump is claiming that Iran wants the deal very badly, but they are afraid of the retaliation by their own. On the other hand, there are reports that Iran has rejected the claim of ceasefire or even the talks that are supposed to happen. We'll get you details of all this and a lot more, but first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says it will end the war only on its own terms and not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Iran wants Lebanon included in any ceasefire. Iran has told intermediaries that Lebanon must be included in any ceasefire agreement with the United States and Israel. And top focus, 2 Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. A 17-year-old in a speeding vehicle rams into a cyclist in Kalyan, Maharashtra, killing the latter on the spot. Big setback for Nirav Modi. Nirav Modi's latest attempt to halt his extradition to India has been rejected by the UK High Court in London. CIK, that is the Counterintelligence Kashmir, raids at various locations in Kashmir. Raids are underway in districts Srinagar, Shopian and Gandarbal. Overnight clashes break out in Manipur's Churachandpur after violent protests triggered by a road accident. 2 civilians injured and vehicles set ablaze. 32 people have now been arrested over this violence. viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. This is about a Russian-flagged crude carrier, whose name is Anatoly Kolodkin, is currently mid-North Atlantic and is expected to reach Cuban waters in the coming days. Now, Cuba is facing a very big crisis as we speak. Now, this is the Russian-flagged crude carrier Anatoly Kolodkin, which is currently mid-North Atlantic and is expected to reach Cuban waters in the coming days after departing 11 days ago. Now, this comes as the US has effectively enforced a de facto fuel blockade on Cuba since February under its max pressure policy, specifically targeting fuel shipments. Supplies from Venezuela have dried up amid the Maduro situation, while Mexico has scaled back under US tariff pressure, now leaving Cuba with near zero inflows. Cuba reportedly faced a near grid collapse earlier this week due to acute fuel shortages. Now, this was the third time that they faced a near grid collapse situation. Now, this tanker could become the first real test of US enforcement, raising the risk of a direct US-Russia maritime standoff, a Cuban missile crisis type flashpoint. Now, because Cuba, as we speak, is in dire need of fuel supplies. They've completely dried up whatever they had in this case, and this is one of the worst crises which is being faced by Cuba as we speak. Now, this might come as a relief and a first tanker, a first crude carrier that will reach Cuba amidst the ongoing crisis in Cuba because of United States of America. Now, this is the Russian-flagged tanker. Anatoly Kolodkin is indeed sailing towards Cuba, carrying a lot of crude oil. Now, it departed Russia as a Primorsk port around early March and has crossed the Atlantic, and it is expected to arrive late in March and early April. Now, Cuba is facing a severe fuel crisis. Near blackouts, grid stress has been reported, and no major oil inflows for months, ladies and gentlemen, because of the blockade, the virtual blockade. Now, supplies disrupted because Venezuelan oil has been stopped after the Nicolas Maduro crisis. Now, Mexico reduced shipments under US pressure. So yes, Cuba is critically dependent on this shipment, very much on this shipment, and needs a lot more of such ships for the crisis, to overcome the crisis. Now, the US under Donald Trump has tightened sanctions and economic pressure on Cuba, threatened tariffs on countries supplying oil to Cuba. Now, will it become a flashpoint between Russia and the United States of America? We'll have to watch, but there is no official naval blockade as we speak. There is a de facto energy squeeze via sanctions plus deterrence and no declared military enforcement. Now, will there be a standoff? This we'll have to wait and watch. The shipment is being described as a test of US enforcement. No flashpoint as of now as we speak, but definitely it might lead to a trigger point between US and Russia. However, a few days ago, it was the United States of America which removed the waiver on the Russian oil and allowed countries to buy Russian oil, which was already stranded at sea. And also there was a removal of waiver. There was a waiver on the Iranian oil that was at sea by United States of America. So US was the one which has allowed the purchase of Russian oil, but it's different when it comes to Cuba. There are sanctions when it comes to Cuba. The situation is pretty much tough in Cuba. Now, this is the Russian flag tanker Anatoly Kolodkin, which is sailing towards Cuba, carrying more than 730,000 barrels of crude. Departed from Russia's Primorsk port around early March and crossed the Atlantic. And Cuba, during this severe fuel crisis, definitely needs this shipment in the time of crisis, because the oil that used to come from Venezuela, the Venezuelan oil, had stopped after Nicolas Maduro crisis, and Mexico also has reduced shipments under US pressure because of fear of US pressure. The tightened sanctions and economic pressure by the United States of America has led to a severe crisis and a situation in Cuba, but there's threatened tariffs on countries supplying oil to Cuba. The shipment is being described as a test of US enforcement in this case, and near blackout and grid stress reported in Cuba. more than 3 times. All right, we have Ishan for more details in this story. Ishan, if you can share more details about this oil tanker which has set sail for Cuba. Will it be reaching Cuba soon? Will there be a standoff between US and Russia in this case?
United States has imposed a near blockade on Cuban fuel supply, and now Cuba is running dangerously low on fuel supply. Now, the primary suppliers to Cuba were Venezuela and Mexico, and under US pressure where US has arrested Maduro and has put in threat of sanctions on Mexico, the supply of fuel to Cuba has become nil. And now since February, this has been going on. And Cuba is now on the verge of collapse, wherein the energy infrastructure is suffering the most. On Monday, we saw that there was a total near blackout, wherein a lot of people died due to ventilators being shut off in hospitals. In this situation, Russia has now sent one of its flagged carriers, Russian flagged carriers, Anatoly, is set to reach Cuba in the upcoming next week. This will be the first time since the Cuban Missile Crisis where the United States Navy has imposed a partial blockade of Cuba, wherein only food supplies are being let through. And this will be a standoff situation between a Russian-flagged oil carrier and the United States Navy. We will have to see how this progresses, where the Russian-flagged carrier, once it reaches Cuba, will it be allowed to dock at Cuba? Will it be permitted to provide fuel or offload its cargo at Cuba? Or will it be stopped by the United States Navy? And will this lead to a standoff? This is reminiscent of the 1979 crisis of the Cuban Missile Crisis, where again, there was a total naval blockade imposed on Cuba by the United States, and now we are seeing a similar situation arise. With the tensions in West Asia rising and the Ukraine war still ongoing, this is a new front that we are seeing. Back to you.
Yeah, there are 2 questions. Are there any escort vessels in this case escorting the tanker? Because there's a very tricky situation when it comes to Cuba in this case. And also, how severe is the crisis in Cuba, and how much of a requirement of oil is needed for Cuba right now?
Right now, there are no reported sightings of a Russian naval escort for this tanker. However, it is a Russian tanker owned by a nationalized corporation in Russia. Therefore, it is a Russian flagged carrier that is moving towards the Cuban waters. There are no reports of it being escorted by the Russian Navy, and Cuba is on the brink of day zero. Now, day zero means that it will have zero fuel to power its generators, and it will have zero fuel to power its grid. And that is the day that all the electricity in the Cuba stops. This electricity generation rationing of electricity has been happening in Cuba for some time now, and there has been some reports of unrest in the Cuban people. Donald Trump also a few days ago said that he will have Cuba soon in a statement issued during one of the White House press conferences. And now we are seeing that this total collapse of near total collapse of Cuban electricity infrastructure took place in the last week, and now we are seeing that this is the only hope that Cuba has right now. And it is also important to note that this carrier is not carrying finished fuel, it is only carrying crude. And even if it reaches Cuba, it will take 20 to 30 days of processing of this crude, this 150,000 barrels of crude, for Cuba to start producing electricity. What Cuba needs right now immediately is finished fuel, and there is no supply of finished fuel on the horizon for Cuba. We'll have to see how this progresses. It is a situation that is rapidly evolving. Back to you.
All right, Ishan, thanks a lot for the details on this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in the story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed major success in the US-Iran war, declaring that Iran's military has been decimated. Now, negotiations are underway with the right people, as per Donald Trump, and the US has essentially won. Now, however, Iran has sharply rejected these claims, despite many claims being made. Despite Trump's optimistic statements, no, the war continues. The US is deploying nearly 7,000 additional troops to the region, while Israel and Iran have exchanged fresh missiles and cluster munition strikes, causing damage and injuries in Tel Aviv, Bnei Brak and Tehran. Watch this report.
Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen What I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now.
سطح خود درگیری هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده؟
Amid the unstable situation of the US-Iran war, Donald Trump has thrown bold declarations.
I just said to Susie, what about questions? Sir, you can do whatever you want. I don't know if she says that to other... We're having, by the way, a tremendous success, as you know, in Iran. We had one in Venezuela, and now we're having one in Iran. They have no Navy left. They have no Air Force left. They have no anti-aircraft equipment left, no radar left, no leaders left. The leaders are all gone. Nobody knows who to talk to. But we're actually talking to the right people, and they want to make a deal so badly. You have no idea how badly they want to make a deal. Yeah, well, we're in negotiations, as it turned out, and now you've seen what I said yesterday was exactly correct. We're in negotiations right now. They're doing it along with Marco, JD. We have a number of people doing it, and the other side, I can tell you, they'd like to make a deal. And who wouldn't if you were there? Look. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people, and I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war has been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran.
In response to Trump's declaration, Iran has boldly denied all claims of negotiations.
قدرت راهبردی که از آن دم می‌زدید تبدیل به شکست راهبردی شده. مدعی ابرقدرتی دنیا اگر می‌توانست از این مخمصه رها شود تا حالا شده بود. اسم شکستتان را توافق نگذارید. دوران وعده‌هایتان به سر رسیده. سطح خود درگیری‌هایتان به مرحله مذاکره خودتان با خودتان رسیده. صراحتاً اعلام می‌کنیم تا موعدی که اراده ما نباشد هیچ وضعیتی به روال سابق بر نمی‌گردد. این اراده زمانی ایجاد می‌شود که به طور کامل فکر اقدام علیه ملت ایران از اذهان کثیف شما پاک شود. حرف اول و آخر ما از همان روز نخست این بوده، هست و خواهد بود. کسی هم شما با کسی مثل شما کنار نخواهد آمد، نه حالا و نه هیچ وقت دیگری.
Now, despite Trump's statements, the conflict showed no signs of slowing. Now, the US has ramped up its military by sending thousands of additional troops to the region as Israel and Iran continue to trade strikes against one another.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck here. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
باشه باشه
All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Damage was caused in the central city of Kfar Qasim, Israel, by apparent submunitions from cluster bomb warhead following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. So the war is ongoing. The war is ongoing between Iran and Israel as we speak. There's no end to the war, and this is the latest from the war zone. Damage caused in central city of Kfar Qasim, Israel, by apparent submunitions from a cluster bomb warhead following Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. The Iranian ballistic missile carrying cluster warhead has struck the central city of Kfar, Israeli city of Kfar Qasim. The missile dispersed multiple submunitions, which are called bomblets, over the area. Now, these bomblets caused localized damage across multiple points, not just a simple impact site, because they are pretty much very dangerous. Now, as per reports, there might have been injuries because of this attack by Iran. Emergency teams have confirmed damage to buildings due to these individual bomblet explosions. Now, these are cluster munitions which are designed to spread destruction, increase the chance of hitting targets over a very wide area even after being intercepted. These wreak havoc in the cities that they strike. And in this is the ongoing war between Iran and Israel. Now, Donald Trump is claiming that they are trying to get a deal, the Iranian leaders, but the war is ongoing. The IRGC is conducting a lot of strikes as we speak. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, a major drone attack has hit Kuwait, with a fuel tank catching fire at Kuwait International Airport after a drone strike by Iran. Authorities say several drones were intercepted, but at least one struck the airport, sending a massive plume of smoke into the sky. The attack comes as Iran continues to target oil infrastructure and airports across Gulf nations and maintain a stranglehold on the critical Strait of Hormuz. Here's more in the story in our report.
A huge plume of smoke billowed over Kuwait International Airport on Wednesday after a drone attack by Iran, according to Kuwaiti officials. Authorities say multiple drones were intercepted by air defenses, but one managed to strike a fuel tank at the airport, which prompted an emergency response. The attack is part of a wider campaign since the start of the war last month, with Iran targeting energy sites and infrastructures across Gulf countries. Meanwhile, the United Nations is warning that the conflict may have devastating consequences in the region and beyond.
The situation is extremely dangerous and unpredictable and has created chaos across the region, affecting Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and beyond.
The constant attacks have disrupted shipments through the critical Strait of Hormuz, with Iran selectively allowing ships to pass through. The latest drone attack on Kuwait signals a widening escalation in the war, with fears that critical infrastructures may be targeted in the coming days.
All right, we're getting another big breaking news. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain and Jordan issues joint statement on Iran, ask Iran to take necessary measures to immediately halt attacks by militias, armed groups. Now, statement renews their condemnation in the strongest terms of the blatant Iranian attacks, which, as per them, which constitute a flagrant violation of their sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, international humanitarian law, and the Charter of the United Nations. Now, whether carried out directly or through their proxies and armed factions they support in the region. Big development coming in. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Jordan issuing joint statement on Iran, asking Iran to take necessary measures to immediately halt the attacks, immediately stop the attacks by militias, armed groups. Statement renews their condemnation in the strongest terms of the blatant Iranian attacks, which constitute a flagrant violation of their sovereignty, territorial integrity, international law, international humanitarian law, and the Charter of the United Nations, whether carried out directly or through their proxies and armed factions. Now, they support in the region. This is coming from the Middle East because Middle East became a war zone because of they gave a space to the US bases, whether it be a naval base or an air base. The US presence in Middle East is something that Iran does not like and has warned the Middle Eastern countries to not give space to the US military. And now this is coming as a condemnation on the strikes that happened, on the escalating tensions in the entire Middle East. And they have asked the six, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain, Jordan have issued joint statement to Iran, asking Iran to take necessary measures to immediately halt attacks. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, amid the continuing war in West Asia, US President Donald Trump has claimed that Washington has held very strong talks with Iran and that a possible deal could soon be on the table. Trump has also said that the US is ready to continue military strikes if negotiations fail. However, Tehran has rejected ending the conflict on Washington's terms and has instead laid down its own conditions for a ceasefire. Here's more in this report.
US President Donald Trump, in his latest remarks, claimed that the US has dismantled much of Iran's leadership network and that he does not want Mojtaba Khamenei to be killed. He also said discussions with Iran were progressing and hinted that a deal could soon be possible.
So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal too. We're going to get together today by probably phone because it's very hard to find a country. It's very hard for them to get out, I guess. But we'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Trump further claimed that Washington has had a strong round of talks with Tehran and that negotiators have already reached major points of agreement.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict, and I think it'll end it very, very substantially.
He added that if negotiations succeeded, the conflict could end quickly, but warned that if talks collapse, the US would continue its military strikes. The US president also emphasized that Washington remains mindful of its partners across the Middle East.
We have very much in mind our partners in the Middle East. We've had great relationships with a lot of them, as you know. A lot of them were surprisingly hit, and I was surprised to see it, and so was everyone else.
However, Iran has rejected ending the war on US terms and has instead presented its own conditions for a ceasefire. Tehran has demanded a complete halt to what it calls aggression and assassinations by its adversaries. Though Donald Trump continues to insist that Iran is willing to negotiate and that talks could lead to a settlement soon.
Right, now let's move on to another top story. Now, West Asia war is witnessing a sharp escalation as Iran launches fresh missile barrages targeting key locations in Israel, including areas near the sensitive Dimona nuclear facility. Watch this report.
West Asia war is escalating as Iran unleashes another missile barrages yet on Israel. Iranian missiles targeted key cities, including areas near a sensitive nuclear facility in Dimona. IRGC claims to have launched Imad, Qiyam and Khorram Shahar missiles at Israel. IRGC claimed that more than 70 targets were hit from Haifa to Tel Aviv and critically near Dimona, home to Israel's nuclear complex. Visuals show the exact moment a missile slams into the Rotem industrial zone near Dimona, a fiery impact lighting up the night sky. The IRGC claims over 2,500 Israeli casualties in recent waves. Tehran has now issued a warning claiming that it is tracking fleeing US soldiers and commanders in the region. IRGC also said that every ultimatum given to Iran will now be treated as an act of war. With missiles striking near strategic and nuclear-linked zones, West Asia now stands on the edge of a wider war.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big win for ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav one step closer to face trial in India. A 17-year-old rams speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies at the spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching huts. 3 different incidents, violence reported in last 24 hours. Two more Indian LPG tankers cross Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jagvasan expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders want deals so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Iran, meanwhile, rejects US proposal on ending war, says will end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Hello and welcome. You watching Live Report with me, Shavan Sen, the show that sets the agenda for the day. This afternoon, we are starting with the big story that we are tracking very closely, a Republic exclusive. Details of the trial that has taken place in United Kingdom. This is pertaining to fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi. In fact, earlier too, remember, his extradition plea was accepted by the UK courts. His appeals have been rejected in the past. But despite that, numerous attempts have been made by fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi, hoping that he would get some sort of a relief from the UK court. This was the last appeal that he has now made before the UK High Court, reopening the extradition case. On your screens right now, we're going to take you through the quick points coming in. The big takeaways from the 18-page Nirav Modi judgment that has come in from the UK court, which has basically rejected Modi's plea to reopen the case. I'm going to quickly take you through the 18-page judgment copy before we go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. In fact, this is yet another attempt that has been made by Nirav Modi to open up the case, hoping that there would be some sort of a response. Now, some assurances that have been made by the Indian authorities. Number one is that CBI, now the ED, is basically empowered under the Indian law to interrogate Nirav Modi after he is extradited in connection with the offences for which he is being extradited. That's assurance number one. Assurance number two, in any event, there is no intention or need to interrogate Nirav Modi because these cases are already ready to proceed to trial. The third is that he will not be interrogated by the ED in relation to the matters for which extradition has been sought for or in relation to any other allegations or proceedings. Now, as far as the conclusions are concerned, this is what the UK High Court had to say. The assurances have been given by an official within the Ministry of Home Affairs that's competent to bind the Government of India as well as the state of Maharashtra and the 5 investigative agencies. India, as far as these assurances are concerned, they are cognizable at a diplomatic level because the consequences of any breach would be extremely damaging to the relationship of the mutual trust between India and the United Kingdom. And this is the most important aspect where they are saying we do not consider that we need to resolve the issue of whether the video conferencing facilities at Arthur Road Prison are of sufficient quality for Mr. Modi to attend his trial remotely. It is obviously desirable that he attends in person, and we do not think that there is any real risk of torture or other ill treatment during the course of the journey in Mumbai from the prison to the trial court. It is not necessary to reopen this appeal in order to avoid real injustice, and the circumstances are not exceptional so as to make it appropriate to reopen it. And on that basis, remember, his plea has now been rejected. I'm holding the 18-page judgment with me right now. This is the judgment that has been passed by the Westminster Court in London, in which they've categorically said that the assurances that have been given, by the Indian government to begin with and the Indian investigative agencies are abundantly clear, and there is absolutely no reason to believe that if at all he is basically extradited, then he would essentially be tortured. This particular judgment makes it abundantly clear that all of these claims that have been made by Nirav Modi has now been completely rejected. Let me go across to my colleague Sarthak, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Sarthak, in terms of legal options available before fugitive economic offender Nirav Modi, it does appear that it has all now perhaps been completely eliminated. There are no options basically available before Nirav Modi. Is there anything more that you're picking up in terms of whether at all he is going to go the same route adopted by Vijay Mallya?
Well, Shravan, at this point, it seems like he does not have too many remedies or too many options at his disposal. All the legal remedies that he could have tried and seeking just to find any solution to his situation, it seems like he's not left with any of those remedies. The UK court has dismissed his yet another petition. This was not the first petition that he had filed before the court seeking any solution to his situation, but it seems like he is left with no other option at this point. Just to brush up the memory of the viewers, the Nirav Modi is under the controversy for being involved in a fraud linked to the Punjab National Bank case where the amount is nearly 6,500 crores. The fraud amount is nearly 6,500 crores, where Nirav Modi and his associates got unauthorized letters of undertaking through corrupt bank officials at PNB, and then they used these letters of undertakings to obtain huge loans from overseas banks. And when the repayment time came, all the loss had to be bear by PNB. Now, after that, CBI and ED filed their respective cases against Nirav Modi and associates, and before the entire controversy surfaced publicly, he fled India, and then in March 2019 he was taken into custody in London by UK authorities. India formally requested for his extradition back to the country, and a case was also filed in the UK court. The UK court also identified that there was a prima facie case of fraud, and India and Indian courts were competent to try him, and therefore an order was passed to extradite him India as early as possible. Then there were attempts made by Nirav Modi to linger on and delay the entire matter, where he kept on filing petitions after petitions, and every petition of his was rejected by UK courts, saying that there was a prima facie case. And this time around, the UK court has passed a similar order where they have said that there is no extraordinary circumstances which could justify his petition. Just to bring this across the viewers, that he tried taking the defense of a Bhandari judgment that was passed by UK court last year in 2025, where they had allowed the accused to go against the extradition order, where he said that he will be ill-treated in India, and all the arguments that were put on record, the court considered that. But this time with Nirav Modi, the court said that there is no extraordinary circumstance in his case, and there is no reason to believe that there is a strong enough merit in his case, and henceforth the court has decided to pass an order of his extradition back to India as early as possible. And it seems like the CBI and ED at this point may try to bring him back to India as early as possible and put him under trial. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Sarthak, for getting us the latest details. A story that we'll be tracking very closely. Very surprisingly, a former Chief Justice of India had basically opined in favor of Nirav Modi. In fact, a statement was given before the UK court, basically trashing the investigation that was carried out by the Indian investigative agencies. But despite that, the UK High Court has now basically given the assurance that there is no reason why this case ought to be reopened. In fact, this was yet another plea that was made by Nirav Modi. Should we focus now to the other story coming in from the state of Maharashtra? In fact, this is coming in from Kalyan, where there is yet another hit-and-run case that has emerged coming in from Kalyan. I'll just quickly take you through some of the details basically emerging, and then go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. In fact, this incident that has taken place in Thane district, it's about a reckless driving of a minor boy, claiming the life of a prominent businessman. Srinivas Tandale A businessman who was cycling at the time died on the spot after being struck by a speeding car. The entire sequence of events leading up to the accident was captured by a nearby CCTV camera. Now, according to the reports, a minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out onto the ring road. While driving, he lost control of the steering wheel and violently rammed into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road from behind. Now, the impact was so severe that Tandale died at the spot, and the police has now taken the 17-year-old into custody. The case has also been registered. On your screens right now, this is the CCTV footage of coming in from Kalyan. In fact, this is yet another case of hit and kill that you can see on your screens. I'll just quickly take you through some of the updates also now coming in with regards to the investigation that has been carried out so far. It seems that the 17-year-old had taken the keys from his home without letting his parents know. That's the initial information that has basically emerged so far. And in fact, after taking the vehicle and when he started driving, it seems that he lost control of the vehicle and rammed into the businessman who was cycling on the road. Let me also go across to our reporters on the ground getting us the latest details. Meenakshi, my colleague, is joining us from Kalyan right now. Meenakshi, take us through the details of the investigation that has been carried out so far.
Yes, Shravan, an FIR has been lodged for rash driving and reckless driving, and we are being told by the police that that boy's mother's name was mentioned as an accused in the FIR. Why? Because we are getting information from the police sources that that boy told to police he took the key of the car. He took permission of taking the car's key from his mother, and after his mother permission, he took the key of the car. So here his mother owned the car, and that's why her name was mentioned as an accused in the FIR. And we are getting information from our sources, from police sources, that the boy told to police that he posted on social media that he had a small accident. He mentioned that accident is a small accident, and he was feared being scolded by his father. We are getting another information that his father is a lawyer, and we are getting information that the action also has been taken against his mother, who owned the, that car. And from the deceased family, we are getting information that that businessman who owned the garments shops in Kalyan, he took the cycle 2 days before the accident, and he was cycling at the road at 8 p.m. He started cycling to getting fitter. That's after first day of cycling, what happened we have seen in the CCTV footage. Now we are getting touched with the family person. They are saying they only want punishment of that boy and his family, as his family knows all about his he is driving the car. His mother knows he driving the car, and his father is trying to save his boy, as his father is a lawyer. Now these are the information we are getting from police sources and the deceased family. Back to you, Shavan.
Just a quick wrap of what we know so far of the incident that has taken place. I'll stay with these latest images now coming in. CCTV that has been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, it seems that early morning when he had stepped out of his residence for what has been seen as a cycling session that has been carried out by the businessman. And the reckless driving of the minor boy basically claimed the life of this prominent businessman. The businessman has been identified as Srinivas Tandale. He's a businessman who was cycling at that time, and as you can see on your screens right now, from behind, when the car comes and hits the cycle, the entire sequence has now been caught on the CCTV camera. This is from a nearby area where the CCTV cameras have got this incident. As per the reports, minor boy took the car keys from his home and drove out into the ring road. Now, while driving, he essentially lost control of the steering wheel and violently rammed into Srinivas Tandale, who was cycling along the road from behind. That's what you can see on your screens. Now, the 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. In fact, his parents essentially maintained that they were unaware that he had taken the keys and had taken the car from the residence. We'll move on to the other big story coming in right now. Before I quickly move to the other story, just a quick wrap of what we know so far. On your screens, these are the CCTV footage that has been accessed by Republic TV of the incident that has taken place in Kalyan in Maharashtra. The 17-year-old boy has been taken into custody. The businessman who was cycling has lost his life. Should have focused now to Manipur. This is a story that we have been tracking over the last few days about the situation in the state of Manipur. In fact, crossfiring has been reported from some of the areas in Manipur, direct fighting between Kuki groups and the Thankul Naga communities. In fact, it seems that the situation has only worsened. Late last night, yet another incident was basically reported from Manipur. In fact, we're going to take you through some of the details now coming in from the Ukhrul district, where we are given to understand yet another incident has taken place late last night when the Kuki groups basically torched Thankul Naga's hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. Now, this took place around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. First incident that was reported was on Wednesday between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thereafter, yet another incident took place late last night. Now, the suspected groups, which basically includes the Kuki Liberation Army and the Zomi Revolutionary Army, and they've basically indicated that this is what they're calling a revenge of what happened earlier. In fact, these are the latest images only with Republic TV. We'll try and go across to my colleagues Linthoy as well as Johnson, getting us the latest details. But it seems right now with the Chief Minister also taking cognizance of the situation, and an attempt that has now been made by the Chief Minister of the state to pass the buck by saying that there are some groups that are basically operating with the mindset of being anti-national. Now, that's exactly what the Chief Minister had to say. Let me go across to my colleague Johnson first, and then we'll try and bring in Linthoy, getting us the latest details from Imphal. Johnson, you've been there at the spot. In fact, on the first day, that is on Monday, when the incident took place, it seemed that thereafter things only worsened. Yet another incident has now been reported, first happening around Wednesday afternoon and then late last night.
Yes, Sawan, I was there on the exact on the very spot when the very first incident of the violence erupted, like firing towards the Meitei villages, targeting the Meitei life. But yes, fortunately, the situation has become worse day by day instead of returning to normalcy and all. Yes, in almost all the hill districts, there is a huge tension between the ethnic groups like Thankul Naga and the Kuki community. Cross-firing continues, and like burning down of huts and destruction of poppy cultivation in Kangpopi district, in Ukhrul district, in Kamjong district is reportedly continuing as of now. And also there is a very huge tension that even though the different CSOs and chief ministers of Manipur have appealed the public for returning peace and normalcy, yet there is still tension in almost all the hill district, as we have also mentioned earlier. Yes, this burning down of huts which are reportedly used to be illegally for poppy cultivation and all. There was also a cross-firing incident in Tamenglong between these NNC and IM and ZUF also, and also in various hill districts. Reportedly, gunfight took place when some armed groups are attempting, when some armed groups they entered to destroy the poppy cultivation and all. Yes, there's mainly the conflict, this gunfight between these two ethnic groups, that Tangkul Naga and the Kuki community erupted because mainly because of this poppy cultivation, poppy destruction and all. Yes, and also one of the major incident that happened yesterday, very late night, is that the armed groups which are reportedly officially reported from Manipur police, it is mentioned that the armed groups of Kuki armed groups, they have targetedly fired various live rounds towards the Indian Army posts and security bunkers that have been doing their duty since the beginning of this crisis. From the 3rd May of 2023. Yes, the army posts, these army posts, they are doing the duty at the general area of Phagakchau, Awanglekai, that falls under Bishnupur district. And yes, the Kuki, which as mentioned by the police official, police report, those Kuki armed groups, Kuki militants, as per mentioned by them, they have opened fire in the general area of this Foljang and Gotol, directing the target towards the Indian Army post. As a result, and the security forces rapidly respond, rapidly respond to the firing, that resulting the crossfire lasts about approximately 30 minutes and all. Not only this, after this crossfiring took place in Churchandpur, between Churchandpur and Bishnupur district border area, combined security forces including Assam Rifle, Indian Army, IRB, Manipur Police, CRPF, they have conducted a mass combing operation in the general area where the firing is reportedly taken place. Sawan.
Johnson, just help us understand, because we've not seen this happening in the past, where Kuki groups have taken on the Tangkul Nagas. Is there anything that you're picking up from the investigative agencies as to why suddenly this attempt has been made by the Kuki groups to target Tangkul Nagas? Is it also perhaps part of a wider strategy in order to perhaps continue with the trend of worsening law and order situation in the state?
Actually, Sawan, as per my sources, it is not actually attempt by these ethnic groups to worsen the tense situation in Manipur, but actually, as Manipur is one of the golden triangle for the drug dealing and all, Manipur government has also is also fighting tirelessly against this war on drugs, and also in support of this, mainly in the hill areas, poppy cultivation is vastly done. So many armed groups, they help the government in this destruction of poppy cultivation and all. As a result of this poppy cultivation, and also some of the Kuki groups, they have reportedly tried to encroach the so-called there is a the so-called ancestral land of this Tangkul Naga. So as a result of this, the main conflict between these two groups, like ethnic groups, namely the Tangkul Naga and the Kuki, this erupted as the Kuki community reportedly, continuously targeting to encroach their this indigenous land of this Tangkul Naga. And also, yes, Sawan, from various agency, it is reported that this Kuki groups, Kuki communities, they have been playing this game of firing and all, even targeting towards the security forces. This is a very big threat direct given to the security forces.
Thank you very much, Johnson, for getting us the latest details from Manipur. In fact, a story that we'll be tracking very closely through the day. That's all that we could pack in this edition of A Live Report. News and updates continue on the other side. Trump says Iranian leaders want a deal so badly but fear retaliation by their own. Coming up, Also, Iran rejects US proposal on ending the war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, won't allow Trump to dictate the timeline.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
Big win for the ED and CBI as UK court rejects Nirav Modi's request to reopen extradition case. Nirav is one step closer to face trial in India. A 17-year-old ram speeding vehicle into a cyclist in Kalyan. Businessman dies on spot. Huge unrest in Manipur, from clashes to firing to even torching huts. 3 different incidents, violence reported in last 24 hours. 2 more Indian LPG tankers crossed Strait of Hormuz. Vessel Jug Vasant expected to arrive at Kandla port today. Trump says Iranian leaders won't deal so badly but fear retaliation by the road. Meanwhile, Iran rejects US proposal on ending war, says we'll end the war only on our own terms, will not allow Trump to dictate the timeline. Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live, we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Breaking news coming in. The global energy supplies have been disrupted all over the world. Southeast Asian countries are really facing the brunt In the latest, Philippines suspends spot sales of electricity due to Middle East conflict. Japan starts release of state oil reserves. So back-to-back updates coming in here. US's war against Iran cripples Philippines' energy. Now, this is very concerning because global energy prices are really shooting through the roof. Global oil prices are going up. Crude oil prices are going up. Everybody, all countries are suffering the brunt of the situation, the escalation in West Asia. And the global energy markets are being disturbed. Philippines government decides to suspend the spot sale of electricity. And that is because of the situation that is unfolding. We're getting some more updates coming in. Kuki groups have torched Tangkol Naga's heart in Manipur's Ukhrul district. So more escalation. This is coming in as we have seen tensions between these two groups intensify in the past few days. Even though there were a lot of talks and which were held, a lot of talks were being held. The CM is trying to come to an amicable solution, but those efforts not really working out because clashes are being reported once again between Kuki and the Tangkol Naga groups. The Kuki groups torched a hut in Manipur's Ukhrul district. The hut was burned down at Loknang Sinaktai village between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. Suspected groups include Kuki Liberation Army and the Zomi Revolutionary Army, indicated by a red ribbon on a gun. The hut owned by a Tangkol Naga is in a Kuki surrounded area. Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Incident was reported between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. This happened late last night. Johnson joining us live from Imphal, Manipur. Johnson, you know, there has been so much of effort. We were talking about this earlier when we broke this news, that there was a lot of effort by the Chief Minister to make sure that these warring groups really, you know, come to an amicable solution, a peaceful solution. However, we have seen tensions escalate. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Shivangi, not only the Minister of Manipur, but from the various civil society organizations and also the various leaders, they have appealed for peace normalcy to return in Manipur, and also various dialogues have been talked along with the Minister of Manipur and CSO. But unfortunately, this burning down of the hut there is reported to be belongs to the Tangkol Naga community, and it is burned down by the alleged Kuki group. So it is reported that it is revenge of burning down from various huts of the Kuki community by the Tangkol Naga community. So this following this revenge-like activity, there's a serious question about worsening of the tension and the tense situation in the hill districts, mainly dominated by the Tangkol Naga and the Kuki community. And yes, this report, as you have also mentioned, this happens in the Ukhrul district. Yesterday late, as per the report yesterday, the incident happened yesterday only. So as of now, there is still tense between these two ethnic groups, the Tangkol Naga and the Kuki community, and also, the incident of
hold on.
fight between...
Johnson, I really want you to hold on for a second. They're getting some more information coming in. Johnson, please hold on. Breaking news coming in. Suspected armed Kuki militants opened fire at a army post. So we will tell you a little bit more about what really happened there. Now, the Indian Army and the Central Reserve Police Force deployed in the area responded swiftly by returning fire towards the source, resulting in an exchange that lasted approximately 30 minutes from the early hours of 26 March. A combined operation was launched by the Indian Army, CRPF, Manipur Police, and the IRB, Indian Reserve Battalion, in the general area where the firing took place in the adjoining hill area. Situation remains to be closely monitored in the surrounding hill area. The incident occurred late, and we're getting these updates coming in. Civilians are asked to be more careful and not spread any rumors on this situation. Johnson, coming back to you. Yes, we're getting updates coming in. Johnson, and also we see that Manipur Police has written a post on this incident where Kuki militants opened a fire in the general area, directing the fire towards an Indian Army post. And if you could just help our viewers understand, because we know that the Indian Army swiftly responded by returning the fire towards the source, resulting in an exchange. And that exchange was going on for approximately 30 minutes.
Yes, Shivangi, yes. This is one of the, very illegal activities done by these, as per the report mentioned clearly in this police official press statement, it is mentioned clearly that the armed suspected armed militants, they have targeted fire, they have, they have firing, they have fired directly targeting towards the Indian security force, namely the Indian Army post that is, doing the duty. There has been, safeguarding the Pagakchau village of Bishnupur district. Yes, Shivangi, this Pagakchau village is one of the very affected village due to the illegal activities of the Kuki community since this 3rd May of 2023, since the beginning of the crisis, since the beginning of the conflict. And in order to give safety to the village, this Pagakchau has been guarded by the Indian Army post. And also yesterday, very late night at around 11:40 p.m., this armed Kuki, suspected to be armed Kuki militants, they have opened fire directly targeting towards the Indian Army post. As a result,
Johnson,
there has been a huge
Johnson, thank you for getting those details. I'll be coming back to you. Getting some breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. 12 have been arrested in multi-state crackdown over suspected links, ISIS links. This is in Vijayawada. So we are getting these updates coming in here. Andhra Pradesh police have arrested 12 individuals across several states in a coordinated anti-terror operation linked to online radicalization and suspected connection with banned outfits. The probe began after the arrest of 3 youths from Vijayawada: Mohammad Rahmatullah Sharif, Mohammad Danish and Mirza Sohail Beg, who allegedly promoted extremist ideology on social media and formed a group called it's a group which is called Al-Malik Islamic Youth to radicalize others. Acting on leads from the main accused, the police teams conducted searches in Karnataka, Telangana, Bihar, Delhi, Maharashtra, West Bengal and Rajasthan. Among those arrested, a couple of people, including residents of Ballari. And now we will be getting our viewers more updates, because the accused are suspected of spreading fundamentalist content, maintaining contact with terror handlers, including foreign links. I repeat, including foreign links. Let's go to Ashura, joining us live from Hyderabad.